I'm here for the Jiggly interview with Aaron of GoBattlelog.com. If you are not already familiar with GoBattlelog.com, hopefully by the end of this stream you will be. And hopefully we can all sort of help shape the growth of this tool and see what we can do to make ourselves better battlers, better self team builders, perhaps. I know that that's a feature that's in development. Aaron is, I believe, fairly new to the pogo scene in terms of really being an active presence, but this tool is definitely something that's impressed me when I've messed with it. And the only limitation that I've seen with it is the fact that I have to remember what team I just faced every time I just did it, and I I need somebody there to like help me keep the notes. So maybe you need to build a voice dictation feature in. But welcome in, Aaron. Why don't you introduce yourself and let the folks know who you are generally and just what it is that your site is generally.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Jiggly. Wait, are you okay if I call you
You can
Jiggly?
call me Jiggly. You can call me Nathan. You can call me whatever you want.
I actually don't know your real name. It's the first time I found out that I'm finding out that you're Nathan.
Yep, it's all good.
Well, nice to meet you, Nathan. I'm Aaron.
Pleasure's all mine.
Yeah, so like you're saying, I started this game fairly recently. Actually, not just in the PvP scene, but the game itself. I only started this game in January 2020, this year. And it's because of my son. He got into the game and he was trying to get me into it. And at first I was like, "What is this game? Pokemon? I don't like Pokemon. I don't even know any Pokemon." But he would know all the names and evolutions and stuff, but I would know nothing about it. And every time I ask him something about it, he would try to explain, like, Pikachu evolves to Raichu, and he'll tell me all the evolutions and stuff. But I'll forget everything right after he says it because I'm not familiar with the whole franchise at all. But I really liked it because it was a way for me to hang out with him. Because back then, before COVID, before 2020 became a mess, you could actually go out and do stuff. So it was a way for us to just hang out. Um, and then the COVID stuff happened. Actually, before that, there was a bunch of other stuff. Like there were the fires, and then the COVID stuff happened. So we were stuck indoors a lot of the time. And at first, it was kind of good because Niantic gave all these incentives to stay at home and actually play a lot more at home or give a lot of bonuses. But um, one of the downsides of that is that kind of burned my son out because, like, for me as a grown up, I can keep up with it and I understand what they're doing. Like, I'll tell my son, okay, it's the community day this weekend, so we got to do all these things in 5 hours or however much time they give us. And at first, in the first few events, my son was like, "All right, let's do it." He'd wake up at 11 a.m. We'd put on we'd activate all our like the Stardust things, the star pieces, and the lucky eggs, and we do all this stuff. But by the second or third event, he was burned out. He's like, "Dad, I, I just like catching Pokemon. I don't know if I want to grind."
I can relate to that. Yeah, I mean that's very much I think the experience that a lot of parents have had. I definitely started playing the game because my son wanted to play it. We were playing it on day one, and it was something we could do together. But I mean, do you agree that the game is really more catered toward adults than it is to kids? I mean, it seems kind of ridiculous considering that it is a Pokemon game, but like you said, the grind, it's so much for any kid to want to do, especially because if a kid is into the fitness kind of angle, like they want to do something else. They want to do soccer, basketball, whatever. I mean, they want to do something like really active, martial arts, but they don't necessarily just want to walk around downtown or walk around somewhere as much as I think adults can enjoy that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think they still don't really understand the resource part of it yet. Like, as adults, we got to spin the Pokestops to get the balls, and then you gotta catch stuff to get Stardust. But they just like their favorite Pokemon or whatever, or they'll do a raid if it has, like, my son likes Rayquaza, so he made us all prepare for the Rayquaza raid. But but if it's something else and Niantic's like forcing it upon them, then it gets too much, I think.
Right. I think that that's something that's honestly an extremely overlooked part of kind of the way that Niantic has approached the game. I think that from a very early time, actually, kids were really shut out of the game. And because you started more recently, I don't think that you probably can even appreciate this. But if you had a Pokemon Trainer Club account and it was a kid, they were shut out of like almost all the features of the game. They couldn't do sponsored gyms, sponsored stops. They couldn't do gifts. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't battle. It was just crazy. Like basically, they were so paranoid about the idea that kids would interact with a stranger or something. They basically just like shut everything off. So it's a much more recent development that they could actually do something. And I really wish that they would do even more to make the game more kid friendly, because I think what you say is very true. When you think about the PvP angle, like the amount of grind that's involved in that, and no kids really want to do that. I mean, you've got a few teenagers who are willing to do it, but I mean, kids at that age, they're not interested.
Right. And to be honest, it's kind of my fault too, because once I got into the PvP thing and I found out that 100% IVs don't necessarily mean they're good PvP Pokemon. Then when my son would catch something and he would say, "Oh man, look at this! It's 3 stars." Then, no, hang on a second there.
You crushed his dreams.
Have you checked Pokegenie? Is this a good Pokemon for Great League? How about Ultra League or Master League?
Right.
And after a while, he just got really tired of me. So it's kind of my fault too that he stopped playing.
Yeah, I'm often accused of taking a very adult approach to streaming the game, so I definitely can understand everybody. You know, if you take too serious of an approach to a Pokemon game, it's definitely going to push kids away as well. Does he still play at all? Does he do it selectively, or is it pretty much something he's not into right now?
He plays it only when there's something that he likes, like if it's a legendary something that he also likes from other games or other series that he's watched, but not in general.
Right. So so when you started playing, it wasn't purely PvP, right? So you did get into the game before the PvP angle was your main goal.
Right. I didn't know why I was catching Pokemon before I found out about PvP, because like for my son, he had an emotional connection with some of these Pokemon, or for my daughter, she thought like Ditto is her favorite character, because it looked cute. Even though like if you know anything about it in the game, it's mostly useless. I don't know what you use Dittos for.
But she likes it. In main series, the point is for breeding. I think it's for breeding with certain things that don't normally breed. But so far we don't really have a purpose for it in Go other than just kind of comical thing.
Yeah, so she likes catching those kinds of Pokemon, but she doesn't like the PvP stuff. So I didn't know why I was catching these Pokemon, because they didn't mean anything to me emotionally until I found out about PvP, and then that's when I realized that some Pokemon were good and some were not, and then I would try to get the good ones. Like I remember there was a time before I got a Skarmory, and I heard that Skarmory was really good in Great League, but there were none spawning around because they're kind of rare spawns, unless you live in maybe some industrial areas or maybe airports, I think. So I remember grabbing my son and saying, "Hey, I looked online and it looks like there's a Skarmory nest here," and I'd drive him and force him to go over there with me to try to look for Skarmories.
Don't make this weird.
Yeah, that was bad. That was the height of my addiction.
Yeah, I think we all acknowledge that at a certain point this game, it's like it's more than a game. I like to say that I acknowledge fully that I'm addicted to the game, but I think that of it as a much healthier addiction than a lot of other things I could have. So
right.
I embrace it. So now that you have kind of switched into PvP mode, do you actually find yourself enjoying the other aspects of the game as well, or do you find sort of that the PvP angle is what you like and the rest of it is just kind of a thing you've got to do, the grind? Like, do you embrace the grind, or do you just kind of loathe the grind?
Oh man, yeah, the grind is especially now that they introduced the XL Pokemon and higher levels than 40. Because I'm not even level 40 yet. I started in January and I'm only level 37 now. So I've been trying to make do with whatever I can find at my level. But yeah, the grind it's hard because um, you really need these good Pokemon to do well. And um, so okay, like I guess back to your first question, why do I like this PvP thing? And I think I've always kind of liked any kind of PvP stuff. Like when I was growing up, I would play FPS as real time strategy games, and I always play with friends. I'm a little older now, so my reflexes have slowed down. And I think the main thing that gets me hooked is the first time I get my butt kicked because I'm like, what? How did this guy do that to me? And did I lose because I suck, or is it that I could, or is there could I actually have a chance to figure this out and try to come up with a game plan to beat whoever it is who beat me? I don't know if it's pride or if I just don't like losing. But usually that triggers it in me. Like when someone kicks my butt, especially if it's someone younger than me. Like when you get older, you're used to, or you might be used to be good at doing something that you're good at, but then when someone younger, faster, or smarter comes along and they beat you really easily, then you get really
That
pissed
makes
about
it
it.
weird.
Yeah, I can relate because honestly, I started a local remote PvP server before all this pandemic stuff started, and I tried to encourage my son to do it with me, and he would refuse to practice. He would refuse to do anything. He would refuse to grind. But like we'd make him these teams last minute. I'd trade him double move mons that I didn't
Oh
need
wow.
and all that, and then he'd beat me. It's like he was better at the game than I was when I used to think that I was actually good. So I'm like, seriously, I'm not going to play Fortnite because I know I'm going to be bad at
Yeah.
it. But
Yeah.
Pokemon Go, really, you're going to beat me at Pokemon Go using a crappy phone to boot? Like,
Yeah, how
that's
hard
just
can it be, right?
embarrassing.
You just tap buttons.
Right. It feels like something that we oldsters should be able to win at, but he doesn't care about IVs. He doesn't care about almost anything. He's just like, Dad, why did you do that? Or why would you do that? And I'm just like, yeah, you got a point. then again, lots of people wonder why I do some of the things I do in battle. So that's not unique. But when did you hit sort of the point where you started doing the PvP stuff? Did you get into it for Sylph stuff, for GBL, for just something more casual where you're doing it with your son and you're just getting beat by him all the time? Or what was your introduction?
I think the 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 best time that or the best one of the best features or the new things that Niantic introduced for all of us was removing the walking requirement for GBL, because then we could just play however many sets they gave us a day without having to walk. And so that was the first time I could actually just mess around and try stuff and get my butt kicked.
And so you started with GBL primarily. Have you dabbled
Yeah.
in Sylph at all, or is that something
No,
that
no,
you?
yeah, no, I didn't do any of that stuff at all. So I'm actually really, really surprised to see that there's a whole community that started before GBL, like YTX and Rommel and Hot Pocket were telling me about how there were all these, like a lot of the streamers, I guess, probably you included, you started because of the
Right,
Sylph community,
right.
and that's really impressive that the PvP aspect came before the game officially supported it.
Yeah, it's the kind of crazy part about it, honestly, is the fact that I actually think that for the most part, PvP functioned better on a whole before they brought GBL out. Like GBL, the stuff that everybody's playing, it has days where the servers are doing all right, and you can arguably say it's doing well. But I mean, there were times back before they introduced all these stat changing moves and all the
Yeah.
like that. I mean, some of the stuff was just so fluid, and it was a completely different experience. There were definitely problems with the game. It was not perfect, but yeah, we had a lot of fun with it before GBL was ever a thing. So we definitely hope to introduce people more to the sort of show 6 stuff that that introduced us all to it. So when you started doing GBL, did you find that you were generally good at it, that you were bad at it, that you were just kind of somewhere in the middle?
No, I was terrible because I had no idea. Okay, so the first mistake I made was I asked the question, how hard can this be? It's a kid's. You just tap the screen, and this was before you had to swipe stuff. So you just tap on the screen. Like, how hard can this be? You just tap on the screen, um, and you just tap faster, right? And then if you tap faster, you win. And because that's but then when I saw my son playing it, like so when I tap, I tap with like a lot of fury.
Right.
Or that's how I used to before I figured out that you're not supposed to do that. But when my son watch my son plays when I watch my son play, he taps really stoically. Like he would just, no matter whether he's winning or losing, he would just go tap 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 at the same rhythm as his fast moves get registered. I thought, wow, how do you play like that? And he's like, I don't know. And he just wins his matches that way. But when I get caught in the drama of the battle, like if you're just really close to firing a charge move, I tend to tap really fast.
Right.
Try
Yeah.
to-
I've heard people that do all sorts of crazy things, like listen to music with a certain number of beats per second to try and time stuff out. But I don't know how you overcome sort of the adrenaline when you're really playing battles that you care about. Like when you're playing just kind of all your GBL sets and it's just like one of 25 for the day. Like not every one is going to be that exciting, but like the ones where you really care,
Yeah.
it's just like
Yeah.
you're just like it's very hard to be deliberate about it. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
don't have a hat on license to draw. That is right.
So yeah, I always I sucked back then, and I think I still suck right now. Like I'm not as good as some people who actually memorize all the how many fast moves you need to get to each charge move. I remember some of them from the most common matchups, like in Great League, but I'm having trouble in Ultra League because I don't remember all these fast move counts and the amount of energy each move takes. So um, yeah, no, yeah, to answer your question, I made the mistake of asking how hard can this be, and then once I asked that question and I realized that it was actually not as easy as I thought it was. I think um, that's what started me down this rabbit hole.
So
Because then
yeah,
yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
So you're I assume you are a programmer by trade or by just hobby. What is your background in programming?
Yeah, I'm a computer engineer, so I can write software, and I think that was the problem with a lot of software people is we think we can solve everything with software, even though it's not true. So, so first of all, my son got me addicted to the game, and then I asked the question, how hard can this be? And because now that I find out it's actually not that easy, my pride just won't let me give up. And then I started learning a little bit more, like from the popular streamers like King, Zionic, Caleb Ping, FP Sticks, Poke AK. Then I actually found out that the game actually has some depth to it. Like even though it's a simple game, I was impressed that um, there is a lot of strategy, and it's not just like how it doesn't depend on how fast you tap. It depends more about real time decision making. Like a lot of stuff that people tend to like if you like PvP stuff, I guess.
Right. So you say you think that you can solve any problem with software. So when you define the problem for yourself in this case, what was the problem that you were looking to solve specifically?
I had a couple of questions that I was trying to answer. Like one is so like the same situation that you were describing. That once you finish battling, you have trouble remembering who it was that you battled, or who did I just lose to? Who or I know I won some matches and I lost some matches, but of the matches I lost, was there some Pokemon there that I saw more often than other Pokemon that was beating my team? Or like if I wanted to ask, could I have played it differently? Then I would have trouble remembering what happened. Like did I who came in first, who came in second? Could I have switched? Like the moment I start thinking more about it, I start forgetting what actually happened in the match. So that's So that's when I had to start writing stuff down. 'Cause I think I saw somebody on YouTube mention it helps to write stuff down. So I started writing stuff down. So actually, that's where Go Battle Log, the idea for Go Battle Log started, which is to write stuff down and to save it so I could look it up. And then I thought if I can look it up, then I could actually put together some kind of statistics or report. So I could have a better picture, maybe across 25 sets or so, if I to see if there's a pattern there. So now is this what I'm describing probably sounds like gambling. If you have a gambling addiction, maybe you should stop now to close this stream, because so I guess it's similar because when I see people who like gambling or maybe even like investing, not investing like in long term, but like in day trading,
Right.
you try to find patterns where they might not exist at all, and you always have a theory like maybe if I did this or maybe this pattern means I should do this other thing. So I was trying to find a pattern because I didn't like losing. So I was trying to collect as much data as I can to see if there was a pattern there that I could take advantage of. And then, but this is before I found out about PvPoke, by the way. So after I found out about PvPoke, then I thought, oh man, this is great. I can actually figure out all the matchups, who wins which matchups and stuff. But what I found with challenging with PvPoke is very quickly I would have like 50 tabs open because I would
Right.
I would click, and then 50 tabs open, and each tab would show me how good each Pokemon was against a whole bunch of other ones. But it was really hard for me to put all that information together to make a team with, and that's what I was struggling with.
Right. And a lot of people that I've spoken to who, I mean, we pretty much all in the PvP community rely on PvPoke to some extent, but I think a lot of people differ on their feelings as to how good PvPoke is at actually like recommending an effective team, if you will. It's fairly good at recommending balanced teams, teams that, you know, won't have some glaring weakness, but in terms of teams that might actually have a chance of being effective, I think that is one place that it tends to be lacking, at least depending on your perspective. So was that one of the goals that you were setting out to achieve? I mean, specifically, your original goal related to lines of three, not anything with regard to Sylph picks or anything like that, right?
Yeah, that's right. So my experience started out mainly in lines of three, and that was before I met YTX Pikachu, who started telling me more about how things work in Sylph, and then getting me more, getting me in touch with a lot more players in the community. Oh wait, but before we go on, I just want to make it clear that I like PvPoke, and I don't intend to bash PvPoke at all.
Oh,
And
no.
I actually I love Matt
we
Matt
love
and PvPoke.
we love Kakuna.
Yeah, Kakuna. And actually, I've got a funny story because when I first started this project, I knew one thing I needed was some way to get all the Pokemon information, and also some way to figure out if Pokemon A beats Pokemon B. So some way to simulate who wins the matchup. And so what I was really surprised to see is that Matt at PvPoke actually releases all of his code that he puts that he uses for PvPoke online for free. Like
Right.
he open sources it. So if anybody wanted to make a similar PvPoke or some a side project or an extension or upgrade or a mirror or something, they could totally steal the whole of PvPoke because Matt allows them to, and that's how generous he is. And actually,
Right.
Go Battle Log wouldn't be able to exist if Matt hadn't done this. So I was really impressed with Matt, and I sent him a message on Twitter, and I said, "Hey Matt, I'm a big fan. Thank you for sharing all your code with me." And I just told him that this is the project I'm working on. I gave him a very ugly, terrible first version that I was working on, and he was very encouraging. He didn't say like I thought he was a celebrity or something, and he didn't dismiss me. He actually replied to me, which is different from a lot of other people that I reached out to. And he encouraged me. He said, "Yeah, if you, he said something very profound. I don't remember what it is exactly, but he said something along the lines of, if you believe in your dreams, or if it's something you believe in, you should follow it, or you should follow your heart, something like that. Something like a sage sitting at the top of the mountain would say.
He's a programming guru. He's yeah. I'm not an accomplished or even capable programmer, but I know that I've found in the past when I've been doing anything that was even just limited sorts of things with like databases, PHP, JavaScript, web kind of stuff, that really all it takes is to have just kind of a goal in mind to motivate you to figure out how to do it. And I'm sure somebody who's as accomplished as a computer engineer in real life doesn't need as much to learn what they're doing, but that still you can solve these problems pretty easily, and you've definitely done a great job coming up with an interesting tool there.
Yeah, what you said is right. I agree that actually the motivation is a lot more a lot more important than the skill, because especially in this day and age, you don't have to go to college to learn a lot of the skills that you need to make something. And um, somebody with no skill but with a lot of motivation could probably get something done faster than somebody with a lot of skill but no motivation. And oh yeah, so back to Matt. So I was kind of asking Matt indirectly to kind of get his blessings for this project I'm working on, because I knew that there was no way my site could have existed without his work, and if for whatever reason he wanted to kill my project, he could have in some way, or that's how I felt. But he gave me a lot of encouragement, and then just like this magical sage wise person in the top of the mountain, he just disappeared. I never heard from him again. he just stopped. He just stopped replying my tweets, my Twitter messages.
Yeah, I mean he's definitely a busy guy. I know from my experience he is, as you describe, he's very willing to respond to people and get involved, but I mean he also gets very busy buried in his code, especially when they release moveset updates or Pokemon updates or level updates. Like he can be buried,
oh yeah,
he can be buried for days.
yeah. I don't know how he does it, because the instant that the okay, yeah, so I gotta thank the Pokeminers too. I'm not sure exactly who they are, but it seems like there's a group
Right.
of really cool people who mine every APK or the app that comes out. So I don't know how they do it, because the moment the new release comes out, within hours, Matt has the updates on his website, like with all the new Pokemon, all the new moves, all the new updates. So that also really helps projects like Go Battlelog, because then we can keep a lot of our stuff up to date, because we can always count on Matt and the Pokeminers to keep everything up to date.
So how directly does your site rely on PvPoke? Is it relying on a fork of the code and it just has kind of a recent version that you're relying on in terms of simulation results, or is it actively going out and getting results on kind of a regular basis to try and keep itself updated?
So now I'm putting a lot of trust in Matt keeping everything accurate. So I've hooked up a lot of the Pokemon Pokedex information and the rankings directly to Matt's repository. So every couple of minutes or hours, it would pull an update from his repository and get his latest changes. So if the Pokeminers or Matt update their database, I'll get it immediately, which has led to some bugs, but I think it's better that way, because then whoever's using the site can get the latest information without me having to manually update it. But I also have a backup, so if for some reason that pull fails, then I've also cached an older version, which should work, but it's not as up to date as the one coming straight from Matt.
There've been some significant changes to PvPoke recently. I mean, significant, I guess, is in the way that it ranks, mostly because of the XL Candy situation, that he's got multiple entries for each one. And I keep saying, just kind of casually, that I feel like at some point in time that dynamic's going to have to be adjusted somehow. I mean, it makes sense that for now we're differentiating them, but how does that affect somebody like you who's trying to code something that's based on that? Does your code ever mishandle these kind of duplicate entries of shadows and XLs and shadow XLs that are essentially things that can't be duplicated?
Yeah, yeah. So it's terrible. I don't like all these changes that Niantic is making, and I'm not sure if those are actually good changes. I know it's good to give older veteran players something to look forward to, but I feel like if they want to keep the leagues at the same CP cap, they should have frozen the level cap there too. And maybe if they wanted to introduce an XL league, they should do it as a separate thing instead of messing around with this current one. Because a lot of weird things are happening. Like I'm hearing some weird stories about Umbreon, XL Umbreon being a beast and probably taking over Ultra League as the new Azumarill.
So when you are creating your site, which of course we'll pull up on the screen at some point soon, but um, what is the goal of the results that you're presenting to people? You present things in several different ways, but at its core, what is the first thing that you want people to get out of your site in terms of just a response from the site? Is it just baseline? The first thing is that you're logging your battles and it's just a place to do that, right? That's the first thing. And so was that the first part of the code that you worked on, just coming up with a way to parse the Pokemon names being typed and know the move sets to use and so forth?
Yeah, just to track the battles so you can at some later time look back at it and try to analyze them, try to see if there's a pattern or see if there's some way you can do better or come up with a team that can beat the teams that you lost to or the teams that you face. Yeah, so the data is probably the most important thing because I think what PvPoke, the difference between PvPoke and my site is, um, and like I said, I use a lot of scripts, the same tools and utilities that PvPoke does, like the way I simulate if a Pokemon wins or loses, that uses PvPoke simulator. So the answer you're gonna get from my site and PvPoke site will probably be very similar, but the only difference is Go Battlelog runs on live data, on user contributed data. So it's like a crowdsourced database where people from all over the world can enter their battles. The personal benefit for you for entering your battles is you get a personal report based on whatever teams you're on. But um, as a community, with the whole world entering the data, then you get a larger picture, a more global picture um, of what the meta looks like in general.
Right.
So you kind of help yourself and also other people, and by helping other people, you also help yourself again because you get a lot more data that way.
And
And
go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, and then the next step after that was now I kind of dug myself into a or painted myself into a corner, dug myself into a hole because I was watching PvPoke Matt's last interview with you, and he was describing how he made a site, which was very smart, and what I did was not very smart. So the smart the smart thing that he did, the smart decision that he did was he decided not to have a database on his website. I don't know if you remember that conversation I had
Right.
with him.
Yeah. That it was all client side stuff.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. So the reason that he did that and why it's a smart idea is that databases are expensive, and if you don't have a database that and everything runs on your visitors' browsers, then you can keep the expenses really low. So um, that's why I said I painted myself in a corner because I wanted all this data, but now that I got it and people are actually using it, um, it was actually expensive to start to keep hosting these databases. So then I needed a way to keep it running, and so I thought I could just start a Patreon page, but I don't want to take donations. I kind of want to give people something um, in return for them supporting the site. because I don't know, that's just my philosophy. I don't want to just say support the site because you want to see it live. I want to say if you support the site, you will help the site live, yes, but I also want to give you something extra to thank you for supporting the site. So I was trying to think of what could I do with all this data that would reward all the supporters of the site, um, and something that they will feel like it's not just uh, like a participation badge, but actually a really valuable tool that people who are not supporting the site will get. And so what I found myself doing a lot is, even though I had all this data and I knew I could see where I was losing and um, my wins and losses and who I was facing, I was still having trouble with the 50 tabs in PvPoke. And and because there's a lot of variables. One thing I was doing in PvPoke, I don't know if anybody else does this, but this was what I was using it. And I don't know if Matt intended for this to be used that way, but how I was using PvPoke to find out teams to use is I would take the top Pokemon that I was seeing to represent the meta, and I would plug it into PvPoke as my team. I would pretend like the meta is my team.
Right.
As many as I could fill into that interface that PvPoke has. I would say this is my team. So in Great League, it might be like a Azumarill, Registeel, Altera, a Galarian, Stunfisk. I would fill this up and I say, okay, here's my team. Now tell me how safe my team is, and I'll just ignore all of those, all the first couple of suggestions, and I'll go straight to the potential threats. And then I would try to build my team based on the potential threats to the whole team. And I would try to find which Pokemon did the best against all of them. So I think that was the start of this tool that we have now, our team builder in Go Battle Log. It was me trying to capture what the meta was and trying to get PvPoke to tell me how to beat the meta. But the problem with PvPoke that I was having with this, it just didn't let me enter enough Pokemon. Like it limited me to 6 Pokemon in my team. I wanted to put 20. I wanted a magic button that says, if I give you 20 Pokemon, you tell me what's the best 3 that can beat these 20 Pokemon, or which 3 has the best chance of beating these 3 Pokemon, or have the least weaknesses to these 20 Pokemon.
Now,
yeah, go ahead.
So when you get results from your website, is your website using a lot of the same code that PvPoke uses to find those threats, or do you have your own code that's independent to find those threats?
The code I use from PvPoke is the battle simulator. So if you're also thinking of writing a project for yourself, look at the battle simulator JavaScript file. And the only thing I use that for is to figure out if a Pokemon wins or loses in different shield scenarios versus another Pokemon. And once I have that, the code that is unique to our site is the code that figures out how to build a team based on this information. Like now that I know all the possible combinations of who beats who, how do I make a team with this information? So that code is all Go Battle Log code.
So how complicated are your decisions in terms of what beats what and so forth? Because I know that there's obviously a whole lot of data you can get into. You can get into IVs, you can get into shielding scenarios, you can get into, obviously there's only so much you can simulate in a simple form like that, where you're trying to spit out a recommended team, not like exactly how to play it. But what sorts of data are you looking at? Are you assuming mostly one shield situations? Are you trying to put together teams that holistically, one's going to use shields, another one really isn't? Or what's that look like?
So to Matt's credit, he has a really nice configurable battle simulator where you can tell it which shield scenarios you want to consider. So you could consider a combination of 0 shields, 1 shields, or 2 shields. And the tricky part is how those scores get combined, because you might want to weight the 2 shield scenario more than the 1 in some cases, or 0 more than 1. So there is a funky formula there, but what we try to do is represent the different shielding scenarios. So for example, for if you're trying to find a Pokemon for the lead, I would combine one shield and zero shield scenarios. And if I'm evaluating a closer, I would do a combination of no, I would just do zero shields. I would see if a Pokemon wins with zero shields. So the simulator lets you set which shield scenarios you want to consider, and it will play it out with those shield scenarios.
Okay, so your suggestions tend to come sort of preloaded, if you will, with roles in mind, maybe like the lead, the swap, and a closer, or something to that effect, or how would you describe what the results look like?
Yeah, so I'll get into that a little bit later. It might be clearer
Okay.
once I show you the process.
Right.
But in general, I have the data. I have a lot of data, and the data is separated by the different um, positions or roles that you see. So, for example, I have all the data on which Pokemon is seen most in the meta as the lead. I also know which Pokemon is seen most as the safe switch, and I also know which Pokemon is seen most as the closer. So for each of these positions, I can now simulate all possible matchups for what are the best Pokemon to counter the leads, and what's the best Pokemon to counter the safe switches, and then I have a whole bunch of another set of Pokemon for what's best to counter the closers. So then, using these different groups of Pokemon, I can now pick from them which one among all the best anti leads. I can pick the best Pokemon from there. Among all the best safe swaps, I can pick the best Pokemon from there. So yeah, the process involves first finding the counters to each position, and then that gives me like my ingredients to build my team from. And as for the IVs and the moves, to keep it simple, so you're right. If I wanted to be more accurate, I would have way too many variables because I have to count for all kinds of IVs and move sets. So to keep it simple, I just use the default default PvP move set and IVs.
Right. And that I know that when you're inputting things as it parses what you're typing, it seems to pull the recommended move sets, but then if you want to override, you can do that, right?
Right. Yeah, that's right.
So how have you found the tool yourself to use? Have you found that the tool has specifically helped you, or have you found that the project has sort of consumed you, and that you don't necessarily improve as a battler as much as you're just improving the tool for other people?
I think it's I think it's a little bit of both. So on one hand, I'm kind of like I feel the same way that YTX Pikachu does. Like he sometimes tells me that he likes the data more than actually likes battling. And yeah, but I think that's one of the fun parts. I think that's one of the things that is part of the process of enjoying PvP. Like you enjoy building your teams and scheming and thinking up. Like whenever you lose, you want to think about how you could do better and how you can build a better team next time, or which Pokemons you got to catch now to build up your next team. So I think that's part of it. But as for playing it, it hasn't helped me become better. better. Let me explain that. So I'm still not very good at PvP. Like if I started a YouTube channel and called myself a PvP coach, I would get 0 subscribers and 0 patrons. So I'm not that good at PvP. But this tool makes me kind of like Batman. Okay, maybe not Batman because Batman is cool. What I mean is some people, some people are like Superman, where they're gifted, they're naturally talented, or they're very skilled at it. But I'm not I don't have superpowers, so the site helps me compensate for my disabilities with technology.
What has been sort of your arc in terms of GBL elos or ranks and such? Are you somebody who does get to rank 10 eventually, or are you somebody who struggles to do that? Where are you?
I haven't gotten to rank 10 yet. I think I could if I wanted to, but I think um, looking at, I think I have a sense of how much effort it takes to get to rank 10, and I don't know if I want to do that. Because when I get higher up and I start seeing people with the rank 10 poses, and I see how they play and how they actually know all the matchups and how perfectly they make their decisions, um, I feel like I could get that good if I practice, but um, then I ask myself, do I want to practice that much, or am I taking this a little too seriously? Because I don't like it when because I have to remember that that's what drove my son away from the game, like me getting too
Right.
intense, and
Right.
so yeah, I'm just trying to take it easy.
Yeah.
But I'm also not that good, so maybe even if I try that hard, I might not make rank 10.
So when you approach PvP, how you said you were competitive or you don't like to lose. You say you're not that good. What sort of how do you pick your teams? Do you just go straight to your site and just kind of crunch on the numbers, or let the site spit back to you what you should run, or do you typically have some sort of preference as to what you run? Have you gotten to the point where you actually have Pokemon you like to use and don't like to use?
Yeah. So I think one misconception that people have about the site, and this might drive some people away from the site now that I say it, is that computers are not that smart. Like everybody worries about AI taking over the world and stuff. We're okay for now. They're not that smart. They cannot replace humans. And what I try to do is use the site as a tool. The data is still the most valuable thing there. So there are a couple of parts to it, a couple of levels to the decision making. One is the data is the truth. Like before you interpret the data is just whatever, assuming everybody enters it correctly. Then the data is just it's the truth, it's the source of truth. But now when we interpret the data, that's when we can introduce errors or biases and stuff like that. So from the data, I'm just trying to do my best to be less confused, because what I didn't like before my site was I felt like I was helpless, and I didn't know what to do to improve, or what teams to build, or which teams were good. um, I think you do take taekwondo, right? You said you're taking your son to taekwondo
My
once.
son does. My son does. I don't.
Okay, so but you might relate to this in some other way if you did some other activities where if you don't have an opponent to train for, it's really hard to train for it.
Right.
Like you would like do you play any sports or any kind of martial arts similar to that,
Presently not so much. I did a lot of sports as a kid, but yeah, now not so much.
like baseball?
Yeah, baseball, softball. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so imagine if you didn't know which team you're gonna face, or you had no idea who was in the league or whatever, and you're just randomly hitting practicing your batting skills or your pitching skills with no goal. It's really hard mentally, because it's like you're fighting a ghost. You don't know who you're fighting,
Mm-hmm.
and then when you finally face your opponent, it's very scary, but it gives you some clarity. Like, okay, I know who I need to hate now, or I need I know who I know who I'm going to make my enemy now, and who's going to be my rival or whatever. And but the advantage of that is it gives you a lot of focus. And now if you lose, when you go back, you know who to train for, and maybe you might even put a picture of them on your wall while you're training and motivate yourself that way.
Right.
So before I had the data, I didn't know who I was fighting. Every team felt like a random team. But with the data, what it helps is it's a tool to give you a picture of to help you understand and make better decisions. So if you're an experienced player, if you're a beginner player, it would help for sure. But if you're an experienced player, you might not want to take the suggestions, but the data is still useful for you to make better decisions. So
Right.
one of the things that I tend to do with the teams is, since I wrote the code, I know that there are bugs and they can give wrong suggestions. What I do is I check them out. So the site also gives you a matchup matrix. You can click on a team to see its strengths and its wins and losses, for all the meta. And if it loses to any Pokemon that I don't like to lose to, I tend to not pick that team. Or if I feel like this team feels like it's not going to do that well, then I might change some move sets or maybe swap one Pokemon for another. But it's just a source of ideas inspired by the data. Or a lot of times, since I'm not at max level and I don't have a lot of the legendary Pokemon, what I'll do is I'll try to exclude Pokemon I don't have and try to form a team without the Pokemon um, that I don't have. So
Right.
the site gives you a way. I'll show you later. The site gives you a way to exclude Pokemon you don't have, so that you can try to form the best team you can with the Pokemon you have.
Right. So, so you think basically your site? Would you say that your site uh, is better at picking teams than you are, just by because it's better at crunching numbers, but it's kind of your own core assumptions that it's based on? Obviously, I mean, is it kind of your strategies, or would you say it's coming from somewhere else?
Yeah. So there is no innovation in the team selection side. A lot of Actually, all the algorithms that are used to build the teams, they are what I learned, or what YouTubers or what PvPokes articles say is the formula to build teams. All I did was I translated that to I translated that manual process that you would do anyway as a person into something a computer can do, with the benefit that the computer can do it based on the latest data from the meta.
Right. So one of the things that I know was sort of a development in the evolution of PvPoke was when he started taking somewhat usage data into account, and so you'll see the rankings kind of shuffle on that basis. How would you describe kind of the difference between what he does and what you do? I would say that what he kind of just picks and chooses a time when he says I'm going to update the data, whereas yours is real time. Is that kind of the crux of it?
Yeah, so that's actually how YT. So remember how I was saying how Matt just vanished initially after I met him. So the next time that I got reconnected with Matt again was when I met YTX Pikachu, because I saw that this guy was always collecting data, and he always was making these analyses and reports for the different leagues. So I thought, hey, this guy might like data too, and I now am starting to get a lot of data from our members at Go Battle Log. So I just messaged him randomly and I say, would you like more data? And what I didn't realize was YTX Pikachu really loves data. He took all my data. but but the nice thing that came out of that is, YTX Pikachu reunited me with Matt, because apparently he was one of the largest contributors of usage data to PvPoke for a while, and that's how Matt would update the rankings from these usage data that YTX Pikachu was collecting. And so now that we're collecting a lot more data with Go Battle Log, this was also I would send it to YTX Pikachu and he would share it with PvPoke. So I think at the start of every season, we would give YTX Pikachu a dump, and then that dump would translate into the rankings being updated for PvPoke. So it's
So
pretty cool that I
right.
could help PvPoke out after his generous code contribution to everybody.
There's sort of a synergy between the two sites, if you will. You provide he provides the starting part, and you provide a lot of the real time or updated data. So I know that we'll see a lot of this once we put the code on screen, but you have different options in terms of the teams that it presents you. You can see sort of this amalgamation of all the different data that people have used, or you can just see your own data. What what do you use to decide exactly what data gets included? I guess maybe at some point when we pull up the site, I'll kind of have to ask some more specific questions, but is that just every battle that's been input and it's showing you everything being used as of a certain period of time?
Yeah, it will always show the latest battles. You can select the window that you want to look at. By default, it shows the last 1,000 battles, last 1,000 most recent battles from everybody in the community. But there are a lot of filters you could put on that. Like if you want to see more recent, then you can choose the last 30 battles or last 60 battles. Could also only show battles that you have entered, so it will reflect what you saw at your rank and your rating. You could also go back in time if you wanted to. There's a calendar feature where you can go back if you wanted to compare different seasons, for example.
Right. Now, how would you say that your tool is suited to working toward things that are not just the overarching Great League or Ultra League or the things that GBL presents us? If you feed it a different set of data, presuming that the site's set up to do that, is it just a question of reaching a certain critical mass of data where you can do the same thing, or is it something that is actually a different challenge when you're presented with a different meta?
That's a good question. And this has happened a couple of times last season for the couple of new cups that we had, like Kanto Cup, the Flying Cup, and Halloween Cup. So the process involves first um, the Pokeminers and PvPoke releasing the latest data about which Pokemon are in the cup, or if there are new Pokemon, which Pokemon are allowed in the cup, and so on, and the default movesets for that cup. So I get that database entry from them, and that forms the Pokemon that I expect to see, and I can form teams for in my site. But the next thing that we need is the data. And so what I've been doing for these new cups is, since there's no actual data yet before the cup starts, I would go on YouTube or Twitch and try to find practice battles, and I would pretend like I was a person who would see these battles being played and record them as if I fought them. So this has been pretty effective, and this lets me give like a preliminary analysis for what we can kind of expect to see based on what people are playing all over the world on their streams and with their fans and audience. The other thing that I haven't done yet, but which Matt is doing, is, since Matt has his battle simulator, not battle simulator, his training tool, where you can enter your a team for a particular league and then pretend to fight the CPU on his site.
Right.
So because of that, because of how popular his site is, and because people use that tool a lot for preparing their teams for ahead of time before the actual cup, he's actually also getting a lot of usage data. And one of the things we did was compare notes, like what does his meta look like in his training tool versus what actually I see in my site, and they're actually very close. So at some point, I can stop watching these YouTube videos and Twitch streams to grab data and just probably pull the data directly from his training tool, because that seems to represent what people want to play in the actual leagues.
What would you say is the 1,000 mark that you pull from? Is that pretty much the amount that you want to see in a data set before you think that it's particularly useful, or can the site pull meaningful results from less than that?
I think with just about 100 or 200, that's usually good enough. Because with 100 or 200, you can kind of see at least which Pokemons are more popular than the others. And I know, since YTX Pikachu loves data, he probably disagrees with me. Like, he probably wants 10,000 or something. But 100 or 200 is good enough. And the problem with having too many also is it could lead you to different conclusions. Because, for example, if you looked at the Pokemon just at your rank, the meta is slightly different from if you looked at all across all ranks, like 1,000 battles across all ranks across the around the whole world. So what I usually do is I like to look at both cases. Like if I'm preparing a team, if I'm trying to build a new team, I would try to look at the big picture, like as global meta and as many battles as I can find. But also, I would also try a smaller window, like maybe the last 30 battles, to see what the latest meta is. Then I might also go to just my personal battles just to double check what I'm seeing at my rank or my rating.
And you talked about the decision that you made to use a database and how it's costly. What sort of arrangement do you have in terms of where that data is stored? And is it one of those things that you're able to manage by kind of shedding the old data and not keeping it around? Or is it essentially a continually growing pile that's never going to get any smaller?
I haven't deleted anything since I started, um, and that's because the storage space is not what's costing or what usually costs money with the databases. It's what's more expensive are the transactions that happen, the CPU time and the network traffic that the database accesses incur. So, for example, if a visitor isn't a supporter of the site, isn't a premium member of the site, I don't let them have direct access to database. They actually are seeing like maybe a 1 hour old cache of the meta because I can't have hundreds or thousands of people just directly hitting my database all the time. But for paid members, I give them direct access to my database so they can have the very latest live data. And I do this because I have I'm using a service by Google that gives me a free quota every day, and if I go above the free quota, then that's when the cost starts racking up. So I try to stay below the free quota by minimizing the amount of database accesses that I have.
Okay, so you're saying that essentially the site works for everyone, but if you contribute, then the data you're getting is just essentially it's like hot off the press as
Right,
opposed to how
1 hour.
how 1 hour old. I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah.
probably still not too bad. Have you been aware of any higher profile players that have used your tool and had any success building teams, or have specifically played teams that came from your tool?
Not that I know of, but um, one person I want to mention is Justin JR Skater. I I think he's pretty high profile, right?
Yeah,
uh,
yeah. Actually, that is the first place I think I saw
yeah, just
your
kidding, Justin.
thing.
Yeah, no, he's cool. And actually, my kids were really happy that I was working with Justin because my kids know him from the Melmetal video that he made. I don't know if you remember when there was that Jesus Melmetal
Yeah,
exploit.
oh yeah, I remember it well. Melmetal
Yeah.
Man. Yep.
So at first I showed my kids that exploit, and they all were like, "What? How can that happen? How can they let that be?" And then they remembered JR Skater. So a few months later, when I said, "Hey, I'm talking with JR Skater," they're like, "What? You're talking with JR Skater? That's awesome!" Yeah, but I wanted to thank him because he was one of the first PvPers brave enough to try the site, and he would help me test a lot of the features and also give me feedback. And I think recently he's used it on his streams too. And so remember, um, when I was saying that when I choose teams, I tend to not trust the suggestions because I know that I wrote the code. But, but when Justin chooses the teams, he kind of just blindly trusts me, and I've been a little bit. I felt a little bad for that because I've had some bugs in the team builder code recently that I fixed thanks to his testing, but they cost him a couple of matches in his streams.
Now, do you think that that was just due to the code itself having specific biases that don't play out as well in real life as they do in the code, or were they just flat out bugs where where something just really was a bad idea from the jump?
Well, the specific incident I was talking about was when I was making this new spice team feature. So I traditionally only had safe teams that I was recommending based on the the typical lead, safe switch, cover recipe. But then I started to play around with can I make ABB spice teams, because I was just like I said, I'm not innovating on the team building side. I'm just learning from how the YouTubers or other people are making their teams. I'm trying to translate that to the data that we have. So I was building this new Spice Team feature, and I told Justin about it, and Justin got really excited. And he's also a very supportive guy, so he wanted to try out the feature. But the problem with the Spice Team thing is it would give you a team that follows the ABB recipe, but I didn't have enough checks to check that they were safe. So if you happen to meet some counters, some hard counters to all three of your Pokemon that my code wasn't checking for, then you'd have a bad time. So since then, I've tried to make the Spice Team safer by adding these checks to make sure that across the board, across the whole meta, you at least have a good picture.
What has been your personal favorite team to run, either that it was generated by your site or not?
I had a lot of fun in the last Great League with. So I don't know if this was a bug or not, because I saw it appear once on my team builder and I never saw it again. So just for the meta for that day, this recommendation came up, and it was Surfetch, Haunter, Gengar.
Wow.
And I think Justin made a video about that. It was a very exciting. Yeah, you can watch his matches there. He couldn't believe how the team played either, because it was so squishy and so glassy. He won a couple of matches accidentally. Just because you can't, there is no chill with Haunter and Gengar. It's just like nuke or nuke.
Right.
So even if you accidentally hit the wrong charge move, you might accidentally KO the opponent. But it was a lot of fun. I missed that team because when things go right, what was nice about Surfetch, Haunter, and Gengar is so I was running Leaf Blade, Close Combat on Surfetch, Sludge Bomb, and Shadow Punch on Haunter, and Shadow Ball, Shadow Punch on Gengar. So what I like about that team is all three of them have nukes, and almost all three of them have spammy fast moves. I know some people, some of you listening might be thinking that, okay, if you meet some Pokemon, you're gonna be in for a really bad day. So if you meet like a Confusion or a psychic Pokemon, you're in for a bad day, and that's true. But that's if you don't want to have fun. If you want to have fun, then you have to pretend they don't exist and hope that your opponents that you face don't have something like that. And looking at the data, at least at that time, there were not many Hypno users. Like a lot of people were more, they were trying out the more popular Pokemon then. I think Hypno. Yeah. Oh yeah. So that was when there was Marowak, because of that Marowak day. And a bunch of other Pokemon that were popular at that time. But Hypno, for some reason, it just fell out of favor just for a day or two. So that's when Justin and I had a lot of fun. Yeah, so the nice thing about that is with Haunter, if you switch to Haunter, usually they're like, okay, they know Haunter is going to shield, or Gengar. They know that Haunter is going to shield. So I'm gonna be okay getting rid of or trading my shields to get rid of this Haunter, because I don't want this Haunter to survive and then build up enough energy to wipe out my whole back line. But what they don't expect is there's a Gengar behind that. So when they get rid of Haunter, their nightmare is just beginning, because with shields down, now you have a nuke with Close Combat and Sludge Bomb, Shadow Ball with Gengar. If you ran Sludge Bomb. Otherwise, you have like Shadow Ball, Shadow Punch. So it was really fun.
When you're doing PvP, do you pretty much stick with a team for quite a while, or does it just depend how successful you are? Do you like to change it a lot?
I really like Great League because it was very cheap to try different teams and to change it up a lot. So very early on, before there were Yeah. So the yeah. Okay. Now I'm remembering what happened. So in season 5, they got rid of the rating, so it was just wins. So I thought, okay, if it's just wins, I don't care if what my win loss ratio is. I'm just going to collect my wins. And so that was what inspired me to try some really wacky, fun teams instead of the usual boring safe teams. So that's when I went with that Surfetch Haunter Gengar one. Um, but then after a while, I think I started facing Snorlaxes and Hypnos, other psychic users. And I thought, okay, my fun's over. I got to go back to some boring team. So I think I use, I can't remember what I use. Something with Stunfisk, um, maybe a Azumarill, maybe Cresselia. I want to say, I don't know. And that did well. So that helped me get a good win rate. I think about 74% or 80%. Um, but then, even though I was doing okay, um, I kind of felt that itch again because I remember how exciting it was when you have a really fun team, even if you're not winning, you kind of miss that. So, like when you win with a Azumarill or Cresselia, it's not an exciting win. You just
Right.
or like an Azumarill versus a Azumarill match. And so I'm like, if I'm playing this game, and I'm gonna get whatever reward it is at the end anyway. Why don't I just have some fun with it? So I would go back and forth like this. I'd be like, okay, this is not working anymore with this crazy team. Let me try something safe. And after a while, I'll be like, okay, I'm supposed to be having fun playing this. So then I'll go back to see what other crazy team can I try.
So do you kind of feel a tension there between the idea that you love the data and you also love to have fun? Do you ever find that the data presents any challenges to you in terms of having fun? Like you're doing things suboptimally, but you're still having more fun doing it.
Yeah. What I like about the data is I feel like I have a fighting chance. So if I lose, it's not because I wasn't prepared with the right team, or I didn't have enough information to come in with the right team. Usually when I lose, it's because I didn't play it well. So then that motivates me to be like, okay, now it's a simpler problem because now I just need to figure out what I did wrong or what I can do better, and then I tweak that. As opposed to before, without the data, I'd be totally lost. I'd be like, I don't even know where to start. What Pokemon do I go catch, or what do I spend my Stardust on? Yeah, so Stardust is the other big thing. You can't just try every Pokemon. You got to be very careful about which ones you invest in. So this was a way for me to figure out um, how to make the problem simpler so that I can reduce it to something that I can control.
And you've alluded to the 50 tabs of PV Poke open at one time. So when you find a team that you want to run, if we're presuming you're not running something that you've already got built, do you get down in the nitty gritty and worry about IVs, worry about all that stuff, or do you try to just find one that's good enough and not get too bogged down in it? I know our friend YTX is very much an IVs don't matter except when they do kind of guy. So
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Like just try to get it good enough so that it's in the 90 something, as close to 99% as possible in IVs. But um, that was okay in Great League. But what I'm finding in Ultra League now is that the IVs do matter. And I can, so we were struggling a lot in the beginning of Ultra League, and a lot of it had to do with how the meta was really broad. So we watched a couple of streamers and YouTubers to see how they were doing, and some people were struggling. Those who were not struggling, they won their fights very, very barely. Like they knew that their Pokemon could tank a hit and survive with just a few HP, and live long enough to fire off their charge move. If your Pokemon didn't have the right IVs, it would not be able to do that. And I think in leagues like Ultra League Premier, for example, that's much the margin for error there on the IVs and all the other stuff is much slimmer than it is for the Open Great League.
right. So what is sort of your vision for the site moving forward? What would to you constitute a successful version of what it is? Are you happy with what you've got? Are there things that you really want to refine and iterate on?
Yeah. What I like is that So thanks to YTX Pikachu, he's actually introduced me back to Matt, like we talked about, and also a lot of other people. So um, we've been having chats with Rommel J Castro and Hot Pocket, and I haven't participated in Sylph, but I'm trying to learn more about Sylph because I think that format is it makes it more interesting for PvP because it's not so random. It becomes more like a chess match where everybody knows the pieces, but you just depends on who makes the better decisions, as opposed to more randomness or rock paper scissors kind of stuff in GBL. And one of the things we're joking about also with Matt YTX and me is, you know how um, when you click. So first of all, Matt has created these AI Pokemon bots that can fight you, and if you can go all the way up to champion, I believe champion difficulty in the hardest setting, and I've never won a single match on champion setting because they switch perfectly.
Join the club. Yeah.
They sack swap perfectly. You can never switch out fast enough when they switch out on you. So he's got some really awesome Pokemon PvP Pokemon CPU AI there. And one thing that YTX is joking about is, hey, we should have like a AI on AI stream and just watch AI on AI battles. That could be like a whole different league. And if you want to go crazy, you could even have people submitting their own AI. So it's still like a human versus human fight, but the human will be built. Do you remember the show BattleBots, where people would build these robots
Yeah.
that battle?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be like that. It's not completely like two robots going at it with each other, but it's two human teams who try to build the best robot to fight each other's robot.
Nice.
So that could be a whole new thing.
Wow. So when it comes down to the way the game is played, the meta, as it were, how do you feel personally about when the meta is stagnant versus really open and kind of easy to pick things? It seems like it would be easier to generate data when the meta is predictable, but as we've already alluded to, like it's not nearly as fun when everybody's running a Azumarill and you just happen to get that one move in or whatever.
Right. I think what's hard about Ultra League right now is that it's really broad. I made a Reddit post today with the latest data that we got over the last 3 days, and if you look at the Ultra League chart of what the distribution of leads is, it's like a rainbow. Every possible type that you can think of is represented in that pie chart, and also every slice of the pie chart is the same size. So that means you have pretty much an equal probability of seeing any lead and any type, which means that, I mean, it is a good sign. It means that it's very even, it's very balanced. There's no one Pokemon that dominates, but the downside of that is it's really hard to prepare for, because no matter what lead you choose, the chances of you losing lead to any of the 9 types that you see is very high, because there's no Pokemon that can beat all 9 types and all 9 Pokemon leads. So I think the trend in Ultra League, or really broad meta balanced leagues like Ultra League Premier, is you're going to lose lead very often, so your team has to be okay with losing leads. And it comes down less to the matchups, but more like how you play each matchup, like all the micro decisions that you have to make. How many, whether you can squeeze in that extra fast move, or can you tank this and survive and save a shield, compared to leagues like Great League, for example. I think that's much more user friendly, or much friendlier to not so hardcore players, because I think they're this the team building building in the great leagues, the lower CP leagues, make a bigger difference than the actual micro decision, the tactics and the technical stuff. But in Ultra League, it's more the technical stuff and less so the team building.
Right. And so you say it's from a logistical or a programming standpoint, it's more difficult to tackle the problem of Ultra League, but from like a taste perspective, which one do you prefer playing? One where you feel like going in that you're kind of going to face a known quantity, or one where you going in you're going to face something new each time?
Yeah. So from a programming perspective, leagues where one Pokemon dominates or there's a meta that is very concentrated, those are the best. So the one good example of this is one of our members. His username is Moving Lights. He went from I think 20 low 2000s to rank 10 in just the Halloween Cup alone. So he did every set in that week. He didn't use any special Premier Pass to do extra sets, just 25 sets a day. And with the team that he built with our site, he went from 2,000 MMR to around 3,000 to get ranked 10. And I think that is not a typical outcome. One is he's actually a very passionate player, and he's pretty good. And second is he really he really analyzed all his losses and stuff. I think he made a Reddit post about it. So if you want to read his process, you can. It's also on our Go Battle Log site as like a member spotlight. So he kind of he not only found a good team, he figured out all the flow charts of all the matchups for that team, and he found a good way to play and all the possible combinations. But I think it's not typical because that could not happen in Open Great League or Ultra League, or it might be possible in Master League. But what made it unique is that in that Halloween Cup, it really focused the meta a lot so that you could generate a very consistent anti-meta team against it. What's really hard to generate an anti-meta team for is when you have a broad meta like in Ultra League Premier, because the chances of you facing any Pokemon is more or less the same, and then it just comes down to more of your skill level.
What would you say at this point, aside from just our adult reflexes, would you say are your strengths or weaknesses in the game when it comes to actually the technical side of it?
I think what I'm missing is definitely the matchup knowledge. I'm most familiar with all the Great League matchups, not so much with Ultra and Master League. And for Master League, I think my main handicap is I don't have max CP on a lot of the good Pokemon, and I don't have a lot of the good Pokemon, like the legendaries. I don't even have like a Meteor Mash Metagross, so and that seems to be pretty good in Master League Premier. So I think that's another reason why the site is valuable for me, because with all my handicaps, it helps me find the best team I can find with the limited resources or limited Pokemon I have.
And what level did you say you were at? 38 or where were you?
Right now I'm Ace, I think. Yeah, I hit Ace.
For level in the game though, because you said you weren't level 40 yet.
Oh yeah, I'm level 37.
Okay. And are you pushing hard to get extra XP before this year is over for that good old legacy 40 badge, or just so that you don't have as much work to do to overcome these handicaps?
Yeah. Well, if they had not increased the level cap above 40, I might have done that. But now that they've raised the bar even higher, my motivation has dropped significantly because there is no end now. If I reach 40, all I get is that small reward. But the real reward is when you can go higher up and level up your PvP Pokemon, get your XL Pokemon.
Well, and that's kind of the dual-sided nature of the way that they've handled level 50. And I assume you're aware of how you get to level 40 and you're able to level up everything to 50, presuming you had those resources. But you're saying at that point you'd just be resource capped pretty hard.
Yep. Yeah, that's kind of yeah. So I'm trying to take it easy because I have to keep reminding myself that it's a game and I'm not addicted to this game. But I always don't like. I tend to not like when the developers do stuff like this, like when they just um, raise what you thought was the top of the game, because when you get there, a lot of people. I know for me it's a little bit easier because they made it very easy for people to get experience in Stardust after the COVID and recently in 2020. But before all this stuff, I know that it was a lot harder for people to reach level 40, for example. So what I don't like in a lot of previous games I played is when you work really hard to get to the top of something, and it's an achievement, they all of a sudden just make it irrelevant. Like they just say, okay, you're a beginner again, and whatever accomplishments you've had, they didn't matter that much because um, now you have to. There's this new level cap, level 50.
Right. So in terms of the getting to level 40 part, you're somewhat discouraged on that, but what is your general impression with the direction that the game is going? Is the level 50 part your primary problem with it right now, or do you have other things that you're not really loving about the game?
I think my problems are very basic, and so I agree with JR Skater Justin on this one. I don't know. I think right now he's on his 127th day of his boycott of giving Niantic money, because they make, for all the money they're pulling in, they have very very simple bugs that they still haven't fixed, that make playing very annoying for PvPers, like all the lag animation bugs and so on. So um, yeah, Justin is probably now in his 271st day of his boycott. He hasn't given them any money because it just hurts. Like you said, based on what you described and what I understand, how PvP used to be before GBL and how fluid and smooth it was. Um, that's the thing that puts me off about PvP in this game. That because when it's fluid and smooth, it feels great. But when it's not, it just makes you not want to play it anymore. Especially when little moves or some decisions have to be made in a short amount of time. I think the thing I hate the most is when you click a charge move and it doesn't fire, and then one fast move later, their Pokemon switches out because they tanked it with something else that resists that charge move.
Right.
And you know it's coming. Like I know, okay, I know you're not gonna stay here because I know you're a pretty good player. You've been counting my fast moves, so I'm waiting, like I'm waiting for him to switch out, and he doesn't switch out. So I think, okay, I'm gonna fire, and but then he switches out like one or two fast moves later, and then my button is locked on fire, and it fires on some other thing like grass on Skarmory or something.
Right. Do you find that since you rely so heavily on the tools that Kakuna made in terms of the PV poke stuff, that you haven't really been forced to dig into kind of the nitty gritty in terms of the turn durations and the sneaking moves in and all that, or and even things as simple as type effectiveness and what moves each mon has? Do you feel like you're kind of shielded from that information because there's that obfuscation where you're just kind of like, I'm going to pull your results and use them in a different way, or have you really found yourself improving at that sort of stuff just by working on the project, like your type effectiveness knowledge?
Yeah, so the type effectiveness that I didn't know in the beginning. Like in the beginning, I would be asking my son, "Hey, what is this?" Like I would catch these Pokemon and ask him, "Is this Pokemon good?" And be like, "Yeah, it's pretty good." And every time I catch one, I have to keep asking him, "Is this good?" But at least now I know all this stuff now. Before, when I started playing for the type effectiveness stuff, I would have the type effectiveness chart open, and I would at least learn what my weaknesses, my strengths and weaknesses were for my team. So I only had to remember it for three Pokemon. But after so many seasons now, I remember all the type effectiveness, but I still haven't remembered all the possible matchups for the fast move and the charge move energies. But lately, I've had to get more into that because of the Spice Team Builder that I worked on. Because for the Spice teams, one of the criteria is it works better when the Pokemon have fast or spammy charge moves. So I've had to figure out which Pokemon were spammy and which were not. Because I think Spice teams don't really work very well when um, you don't threaten shield pressure or you don't have enough shield pressure.
Right. Um, so what would you say in terms of your, let's see. Oh, have you actually gotten any sentimental favorites into Pokemon now that you said in the beginning, like you didn't care about any of them, you weren't really attached to them, it was just the data? Have you gotten to the point now where you actually kind of look at them and you're like, I actually like this, or this isn't as dumb as I thought, it's not just a bunch of numbers? Because I know that I can actually definitively remember when I first discovered Pokemon, and it was like just looking at a website, and all I did was spend hours laughing at the names for, I mean, like I couldn't even believe that these were real things, and
Yeah.
each one seemed more absurd than the last. And now here we are, we're talking about this game, and we're so invested in this game. Are you invested in it on like a on more of a I don't know what to call it, just like the aesthetic level, or just on the data level?
Okay, so I lied when I said I didn't know any Pokemon. I knew one of them, and that was Pikachu.
Right.
And I also like Pikachu because I also play Smash Ultimate um, as another hobby, like, another PvP game. And Pikachu is one of my main characters in that game. So in this game, I try to catch every theme Pokemon that they have, and I think Adventure Pikachu is the cutest.
So you can you vibe with YTX, and with even more so with my Bellsprout scientist, who likes to have a maxed out version of all the different hatted Pikachus.
Yeah, I always keep the highest PvP IV Pikachu's that I get, even if they can't evolve. I don't know why. I always make sure that I keep the highest ones, like 99% Raichu.
If you were to kind of project into the future what you would like to see PvP look like, are you really interested in PvP being what some people like to describe as an esport, or are you just more interested in just kind of being part of the community, having your tool there to help people, maybe investing more in the Sylph side? What's your long term goal if you could choose just like one strong route for PvP to look like?
Yeah, I think I saw um, Zionix's interview recently. It might have been on Daniel Zinuri's site, but he was explaining about how he would like to see it as an esport, and I think that'll be nice. That'll be cool if it was another esport, um, especially if it was an esport with the Sylph format, because then I think you could really there's more drama in that, because then when the tournament starts, you know what team everybody's running, so you could cover that, and then on each with each match you could see what the decision process is. Like imagine it's boxing. In boxing you can zoom into the corner and hear what the coach is saying, and all the little strategies and techniques that they're whispering to each other. So it'd be cool if there's before each battle you would have um, you could listen in on each team, each corner. And if I guess coaching is not allowed, so you don't have that part of it. But it'd be
You
cool
never
if
know.
it'd be cool if you have like an interviewer saying, "Hey, of course they don't share that information with the other person, but some interviewer go around, maybe Zionic or something, saying, yeah, so what are your thoughts on the other guy's team? I see he has this and that and that. What do you think you could what do you think you could throw in there as an answer to this other one here?" And then he would give like a brief strategy or preview of what he would do and hype it up. Then you go to the other guy, and then the bell rings and both of them battle, and everybody gets to see what they picked and how they played and stuff. I think that could be very dramatic, but definitely in the Sylph format, because if you just did it in the GBL format, you wouldn't have all that drama.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with all the blinds, I mean, people find ways to sort of keep score, if you will, in their own way, just like mano a mano, like who's going to rack up the most wins and so forth. But it's definitely not the same. Um, how much has the pandemic situation played into your ability to have all this time to make this site? Is this something that you would normally have the time to invest in, or is it different because of your uh, work or commute situation or lack thereof?
I usually work on the site at night anyway, so it hasn't changed when I work on the site. But what has changed is now we have quite a few supporters, and so thanks to all the Go Battle Log supporters, because um, thanks to them, other people can use it for free, and the whole community can have this resource. Because if it wasn't for them, then I'd probably have to shut down this project. But thanks to all of them, what's nice is now I'm not just making it for me anymore. Because at first I was just making it for me, but now enough people have expressed that they like it, and they like to see it going, that um, that's one of the things that motivates me. So instead of me just thinking of what cool thing can I add, now I have a lot of people brainstorming. Like when Ultra League came out, or when Ultra League started this season, we were having a lot of fun trying to figure out why we were losing so much. And it was nice to have that company of people who also all love data and love analyzing the data and trying to brainstorm teams and stuff.
Right, and you've had some assistance, you say, from some pretty smart folks, YTX and the one and only Hot Pocket, ranked number one in Sylph, and Ramel, certainly fantastic battler in his own right. Um, what sorts of things are they kind of leading you towards in terms of insights they're giving you in solving that different problem of team of six building that you might not have had to tackle before?
Oh, that's top secret.
Uh
Can't tell you. Can't tell
oh.
you. No, just kidding. They've mainly helped me understand their process and how they choose. Um, so, for example, YTX started, and I can explain this also in the different teams that we build, because I
Okay.
have a preliminary Sylph team builder on there, so I can explain how that team builder picks the Pokemon and kind of walk you through the whole process. But what I was looking for is a process, because if I can get a process, if I can get a system or a process, then it's easy to translate that to something a code can do. And the more clear that process is, the easier it is to make it into a code. So yeah, Rommel and Hot Pocket, they're very generous. They because I my first impression was, why would these guys want to share their secrets with me? Because if you're number one, you might not want somebody else to know about them and then use them to beat you. But that wasn't the case at all. They were really generous, and they answered all my questions, like how do you decide what Pokemon to put in your team, and a lot of that was very common sense stuff, because I'm still very new to Sylph, so they were mainly educating me on um, the guidelines or the rules and stuff.
Right. Um, all right. I would love to dig into the actual site itself. If you don't mind, I think we'll take kind of a brief break and
Sure.
switch over to the other layout. And so we will be right back, everybody, and we will pull up actual Go Battle Log in action, and we will kind of walk through kind of how the site works. And any questions you guys have in real time, you can kind of fire them at us and let us know, your thoughts on what you like, what you'd like to see, and just anything like that. And so I guess you want to walk us through the way either you use the site or that you intend it to be used.
Yeah. So I'll show you the logging features first, which are probably the first things that someone might do on the site, because you have your team, you've played some battles, and you want to know how your team did.
Right.
So the first thing you do is enter your team. Oh, actually, no. The first thing you do is pick a league. So right now we're in Ultra League, and you can pick Ultra, All, or Premier. So let's do All, and then you can also select your rank. So this records your battles for that particular rank. In the future, I'll allow you to search for results only based on the rank. But for now, I was worried that there might not be enough data for each of these rank buckets to give you a good picture, so I haven't implemented it yet. But
Right.
in the future, once you enter your rank here, I'll also try to show you data just for your rank.
Okay. Now, and one of the things that I know was one of the first questions I have, and it seems like a good place to ask it is, you're loading the site now, and right now you've got kind of what looks like a fairly empty screen at the top in terms of the log. As you start to put stuff in, it accumulates there, and you just kind of put everything on a different line. One of the questions I've always wondered is, when you press that save button or you delete stuff just like by hitting backspace to delete your entries, what effect does that have on either the results you're getting or on what's being saved?
Until you hit save, nothing is saved. This is just for you to see, to verify that what you've typed is what you want to enter.
Okay.
So you could change this as much as you want, but it's not actually being saved until you actually click save.
Okay. And then, so when you hit save, then it's my recollection that the record of the log of battles that you fill in remain there after you've done that. So does it know the difference of like saving duplicate entries, or is it only going to save whatever's in the actual box at that point and overwrite what was there, or what does it work with?
It only saves what you enter in the box at that time.
Okay.
Yeah. So for example, I entered here. It also accepts shorthands. It tries to do its best job to guess what you're typing. So if you want to type it really fast, like for example, I didn't type scissor, but you could type scissor in full or just SCI or SCIZ. And for Giratina altered, you could try this, or you could type the full thing.
Yeah, I didn't. I was unaware of these shorthands. Like when I saw you type muck a, I was like, I'm so used to typing muck underscore Alolan, which, you know, it's not completely backwards, but it's a whole lot easier to know that you can type it like that. Are those fairly reliable on that? Like if you type the name and then an A, it's going to give you the Alolan, or is it the same for Galarian or anything like that? Have there been any weird edge cases?
There might be if that particular subtype also matches an actual name. I think Deoxys is probably like one of the hard ones.
Right.
So okay, let's do Deoxys. So for Deoxys, you could type Deoxys, and by default, you see here it auto-filled the most popular one, Deoxys Defense.
Right.
You can also type DDEF.
Man.
So there's no hard and fast rule. I just put in something there that tries its best to guess what you're trying to type.
Very cool.
And the closer it is between what you type and what it actually is, the better the match will be. So of course, if you write the whole thing out exactly, then it'll match exactly. But otherwise, we'll try to find the closest match. So like D speed would be Deoxys speed. You could do Deox speed. Or like if you want to do the shadow versions, you could like do Machamp, like just type the regular one without any shadow, any shadow in the word. But if you want to say it's a shadow version, you could. Like, what I do is I just say Do.
Wow.
I think Sha also works. Sha. And then over here in the corner, you see Machamp shadow popping up. So that's pretty consistent. Like you could, what other shadow? Like Abominable. So if you say Abominable,
wow. These, I don't know if these are more fun or useful. They're you're gonna come up with some fun nicknames along the way.
Yeah, because I think initially what I envisioned this to be is something that people could type with one-handed while they were battling.
Right.
Because initially I also had an idea. This never turned out, but initially I had an idea that you would enter these as you saw the Pokemon. The first Pokemon is easy because there's a 3, 2, 1 countdown, so you have a lot of time to type it. Um, and what I initially planned was something way more um, it's kind of powerful, but also maybe a little cheating. But what I initially planned was you would type the team as you see it, and as you fill up your opponent's team, it will tell you what the chances of the backline would be, and also how to play each matchup.
Oh, sort of like auto completing based on most
Yeah, yeah,
expected
right.
results.
Because it, yeah. So let me just delete this and go back to the meta chart because I have all the data for what you're most likely to see. Like if you look at Giratina, for example, um, this is the data we've collected. 13% of the time is Melmetal, 12% of the time is Swampert, 9% is Empoleon, and so on. So once you see Giratina, you kind of, I mean, experienced players know this from just playing lots of matches, like what the team comps could be. But if you wanted, if you wanted the tool to do it, it could definitely tell you that if you enter Giratina, here are the likely matchups you see in the back. And then if you enter the second Pokemon, then you narrow down the space even more, and it can almost very confidently tell you what the last Pokemon is based on all the data. So that's why this shorthand quirk exists. Okay, I know some people don't like it; they prefer like the PvPoke style drop down menus, but it's there because of this reason. Like at some point, I thought I'd allow people to enter the Pokemon during the battles as you're battling, and then you'll have like a helper assistant recommending charge moves or switch options and things like that.
Very cool. And so when you use this, how do you keep all of your data for one day in there? Do you keep it in there from one day to another? Because if you come back to the site, does it reload what you already had in there from like a cookie or something, or is it cleared every time you go in?
No, it's saved into the database, so that's why it's expensive.
Right.
Support the site, thanks. Yeah, so these are all the saved teams that I have from all the previous seasons. So I can load up one of my most recent ones, for example, and for every team that you enter, all the battles that you enter, it's all sorted, all stored by the team that you use. So for this particular team, it remembers all the matches that I fought
Oh
and
wow.
all the logs that I entered. And then if I want to go back to the previous team I was using, it has that also.
Okay, so
So
now I never even paid attention to the save teams thing. So if you
you can see this was from 2 months ago in October, the last
right,
time we had Ultra.
okay, but I can see that yeah, if you choose a certain league, it's going to only show you the save teams from that league, and that's going to be a result of all of it's going to be all the battles that you did with those. It's going to have all that data in the background, but it doesn't show it in the text box. That's just for you to add to that data.
Right, that's right. Yeah, the text box is for you to add stuff. If you want to access an older team, then you can click on the Save Teams button, and that will let you choose from all the teams that you've entered before.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't even realize the save teams part. So I that's the shorthand, the save teams. These are definitely handy things to know. Wow.
That's, so you
And
can kind of also see the process I was telling you about. That first I tried yeah, Surfetch, Haunter, Gengar. Then I thought, okay, maybe Surfetch is not bulky enough, so I added a Azumarill, Haunter, Gengar. And then I thought, okay, maybe having two ghosts is not a good idea. So I went Azumarill, Shiftry, Gengar. And I thought, okay, screw this. I'm losing too much. I'm going back to Galvantula, Stunfisk, Galarian, and Azumarill. And then my win rate is back up to 77%.
wow.
But I had fun. So that was a fun process that I usually go through.
What do you find in terms of kind of I would say meta defining sorts of mixed move sets, like on an Azu where you've got the debates over which move set you should run, and teams like that? Do you find that that presents a challenge for you in terms of interpreting the data or in terms of deciding which one to recommend? Do you run an ice beam or a play rough or whatever the mix may be?
Right. So I think in general, I try to just get you close enough, but then the rest of the way a human person would have to use their experience to
Right.
fine tune the results. So um, what my team builder will do is use PvPoke's Battle Simulator to score all the matchups. And what's nice about the simulator is it doesn't just score the matchups as a win or a loss. It tells you it also scores it based on how much HP you have left behind or how much energy you have left behind, and your score is higher if and also how much HP. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. So if you lose, by how much you lost. So this depends on how healthy your opponent is when you lose, and when you win, it also scores it by how healthy your Pokemon is when you win. So I think even ignoring the move sets, this very analog score gives a lot of information of which matchups are good and good or bad. So I use this to give you the broad matchups, the broad team compositions, and then that usually is close enough that you can fine tune it by tweaking your move sets or maybe switching one Pokemon out and customizing it. So the automated tools get you close enough, but then you can get it better if you're experienced and you can tweak the teams a little bit. So that's where that ice beam or hydro pump or play rough decision comes in, and that's why it doesn't really replace what humans can do. I think this is just a tool, and if you're experienced, then it helps you give you the information to make better decisions.
Right. Um, let's see. Digital Imported is asking, can you parse from Calci IV saved history? I don't think that there's any way to import anything from other third party tools, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. That somebody else have also asked about importing from, I think, PV Poke. So those are good requests, and I do think they're valuable, and I plan to add them in the future. But I don't have that right now.
Right. When you've got these, I know that this is sort of a, I don't even know what you call it anymore. It's not Web 2.0, that's for sure, but like it's a fairly in vogue thing to do, to use this kind of wheel for presentation of data. What is that called?
The
Is there a name for
Yeah,
this sort of
I
chart?
yeah, I didn't make this. I got it from I think quite a few people have asked me this, so maybe I should just tell you what I use. I use Plotly because I think it seems like quite a few people who are into this data stuff also tend to be interested in the programming kind of side of things. So what is this? What is this? This is not what I use.
Is it plot.ly? A lot of those sites like to just, instead of doing
Yeah.
.com, it's probably plot.ly.
Okay, this is also not it. Don't worry, I'll get there. Okay, yeah. So this is what I use,
Okay.
and over here it's called a sunburst chart. I didn't know the name
Okay.
for it either, but apparently it's called a sun. Oh, there it is, sunburst chart. So if you like these charts here, you could also make your own for your own project with this tool, Plotly.
Right. Okay. And
Yeah.
so when you are looking at these things, and what exactly is the interactivity level here? I know that you're kind of using a third party tool there to do it, but what's kind of, if you click on the particular mon in the middle part, is it just broadening, or not broadening out, but spreading out the information that you're looking at in those little tiny pie slices to show you a better view of what you're likely to see in combination with Swampert, for example?
Right. So the ones in the inner circle, the large pie slices, these are the leads. So if you see the leads here in the middle circle, they match up with this bar chart here, the lead meta chart.
Yeah.
Like Giratina, Melmetal, Articuno, Swampert, Obstagoon, and that's the order that this pie chart is in. So it tells you what the most common leads are, but if you click on them, it tells you what's behind this most common lead. What's in the back line? What's most likely to be in the back line?
And that's counting both the second and the third, just what's paired
Yep.
with it.
Yep.
Period. Okay.
Yep. Right. Yeah. Because I think what someone brings out in the back line depends on how you play it also. So I just consider both the Pokemon and the behind the lead as the back line, just to
Right.
tell you what the core is. Like for example, this could be the Giratina core.
Do you ever use this information in sort of real time where you're just kind of looking at the pie and whatever you see, you click on that so you can have sort of that information in your brain to think of what's back there, or do you try and do it in your brain?
No, definitely not real time. Yeah, that's too much information. I think this is more what I do before I make a team or before I play every day. Like before I play every day, I want to see if anything funny happened, and I might just take note of the few popular ones just to get an idea of what to expect. And then I would plan my teams for that day based on what I see and try to just. I mean, I'm trying not to take it too seriously because then it becomes like a study.
Right.
Like you have to study and memorize all these combinations. But I just want to get a sense, get a feeling of what pairs with what, just to get an idea. Um, and then after I build my team, what I actually I'll just show you that feature really quick. I was kind of hoping to show you the simple stuff first, but since you're asking about that, I'll jump straight into
it. Sorry.
it. Yeah, so what I'm doing now is generating the counters based on this meta. But this is kind of the process I go through. First, I look at the meta to see what it looks like in the past day or so, or the past hour. And then what it does, what the magic button did now is for the meta, it shows you what the top counters are. For the leads, it tells you what the top counters are. These are individual counters. So it doesn't consider how well they work in a team and stuff. It just tells you for these most common Pokemon that you see, what are the best counters to them individually. And I use this information up here in all the meta breaker lists here to pick and choose the best team combinations. So then next I would inspect the couple of teams that is suggested. And this is where I look into before I pick a team. So for example, here there's a suggestion for Articuno, Cresselia, Machamp. And if I were to pick this team, what I'd like to memorize is which are my bad matchups. So for example, Articuno loses to Melmetal, Charizard, Lapras, Empoleon, Machamp, Scizor. So mentally, I'm kind of remembering if I see these matchups, I'm trying to see how do I play these, and I see okay, Articuno loses really badly to Melmetal, but Cresselia is my safe switch, should do okay. Machamp is the hard counter. Then I want to see all the weaknesses for each of the Pokemon and remember them as best as I can. The ones in particular I want to remember are the ones that maybe there are 3 weaknesses to, or 2 hard losses to, or anywhere there's a hard loss, like this giant X here. These are all hard losses. So I probably want to take note of those and have a plan for how I might want to play them.
So for these, this obviously looks very familiar. This looks like what you see at the bottom of a PvPoke team builder. Is this pulling directly from PvPoke each time, or is it just cosmetically look the same?
I made it intentional to choose the same numbers, same colors, but the data comes from the battle simulator that we run on our data. So these, if you notice, it took quite a bit of time to generate these results, and that's because it was simulating all the battles in the whole league versus the meta. And of all the battles that it simulated, it selected these as the best counters to them. So I could pick Articuno, for example, and you can see why it selected it as a good counter because the blue circles means it wins the matchups. So it wins the matchups in many scenarios, but it does have a couple of hard losses like Melmetal, Registeel, Scizor. And that's why these were selected as the top anti-meta Pokemon for this league. And then if you want to look at the leads, you can also see what are the best anti-meta leads. and Magnezone pops up because it beats many things, even though there are some losses to very popular ones like Giratina, Melmetal, and Swampert. So that's why I said I would have 50 tabs open, because I would have this information
Right.
for every possible combination if I wanted to do this manually. But this auto generates all this information here for you. But then the next step is, how do you convert this to a team? Because now that you have all this information, it will still be very hard to try to match one Pokemon's matchup matrix with another one's to see if they complement each other and stuff.
Right.
And I know a lot of people can do it because of their experience, but since I don't have the experience, this is very helpful for me to automatically have the tool suggest stuff for you. It may not be the best. Like, let me try to pick a bad example. Okay, like this example is a bad example because Defense Deoxys, Regirock, Registeel, they all do not do well against Giratina Altered. So I wouldn't pick this team because it has all three of them lose Giratina Altered. But the first one looks better because the heart losses are spread out, and wherever there's a heart loss, there's also a hard counter, and the safe switch has all soft losses, all these light purples and small X's.
Okay, so when you come down to the teams of 3, do you have to click, or does you just hover and it generates that? I assume it's a click.
Yeah, I'm clicking it.
Okay, and so then it automatically builds you that team builder style thing. Okay. Oh, and if you can have more than one side by side, so you can compare 2 teams.
Yeah, this was
Oh,
a
wow.
request by one of our members. And I agreed with that request because I found that I was doing this a lot too. Like, sometimes you might be wondering, let me pick an example. Okay, yeah. So for example, you might be wondering, the 2 recommended teams are very similar, Machamp and Sirfetch'd. So what you might be wondering is, how are they different? What matchups flip when you use Sirfetch'd and when you use Machamp? And this shows you, like, for example, in Sirfetch'd, you do okay with Swampert. Machamp will struggle a little bit. They share a weakness with Cresselia and Togekiss. Machamp has a shot at Charizard, but Sirfetch'd doesn't. So having them open side by side lets you compare very close teams to see what the differences are. And then based on who you're facing or what your play style is, you might pick one over the other.
Does Joel asked a question in chat about whether it logs the time of day? I assume it has to log something, but is it as simple as a first in, first out kind of 1,000 battles, or is it something that actually has timestamps attached to it, and you parse kind of the time over which the metas shift?
Yeah. So when you enter the battles, and here I'll scroll down to the battles I entered, I'll zoom in also because it's kind of small. You'll see that every entry has a timestamp on it. So once you click save, I do tag it with the timestamp that you saved it at. And when you're looking at the analysis, by default it shows you in most recently entered order. So if, like, for example, right now it's showing the 120 most recent battles I entered. But if you wanted to, you could also go back in time and select the time range, for example. This team is, I just used it recently, so if I go back 1 week ago, you'll get nothing. But if you go back to, what's the date today?
The 18th
17th.
or 17th. Okay. I guess you're still you're West Coast, right?
Oh, okay. I used it at 16th. Yeah, so if I select December 16th through 17th, then these results show up because of this date filter. So if you really wanted to, and this was a feature suggested by JR Skater, so if you really wanted to, you could slice any window you wanted to look at the meta in that window.
And is that's your own data that's in that window, or we're talking about any of the data in that window? Like, you can literally look at the whole database in that window?
Yeah, so what I did was I selected save teams. So what we saw earlier, what I'm showing right now, this is on my team. But if you clear this text box so it doesn't have your team in it, then it will show communities battles. It will generate the report based on all the crowd source battles from the whole community.
Wow. Let's see. This reminds me a lot of kind of the Niantic search feature before we got some of the little buttons and stuff recently, where it's like it seems like everything here is so well thought out, but it's just a question of sometimes like the discoverability of it. You just have to know what's there. There's just so much here that you can do. That's crazy.
Yeah, so part of it is my fault because I think of all the things I build, I'm not a designer and I'm not a user experience person. So I'm making a lot of design mistakes here. But I've been adding these features as they've been requested by a lot of our members, and I found them very useful also. So I don't add stuff just because they tell me to add stuff. I add stuff because I kind of felt like I wanted something, but then I didn't want to spend time on it. But if my members ask for the same feature, then that's a sign that okay, this seems like a very popular or common thing that, or very valuable thing that I should spend time on, and that's when I add the feature. But when I add it, it doesn't always have the best user interface. Like it might not be intuitive.
I mean, I honestly think it's fantastic. It reminds me very much of PvPoke too, where it's like you look at it at first and you're just like, this is a very simple looking thing. Like aside from when you start looking at the rankings, if you digest that in kind of a very basic way, like it's something that you can understand, but like the more you dig into it, the more you're just like, wow, it's just crazy all of the things that it can do.
Yeah. Wait, so what I want to show you is, since we jumped ahead, how would someone get started with this, or a basic user, what they would probably do? So after you check out this meta, like any visitor, even if you're not a paid supporter, you can check out this chart, this live chart. We updated it for you from the data that everybody enters, and you can plan your teams based on this information. That is free. You can also enter your own team. So I'm going to pretend like I'm entering a team now. I already entered this team, so I'll make up a fake team like Machamp and Abomasnow. This is like a cooking show. I already have. So what I usually do is I save these here like that. So the order of the W's and L's, W for win and L for losses, they don't matter. You could put them in the beginning of the line or the end of the line if you want to. I don't know why I put it in the beginning because it seems more natural at the end, but I kind of started this way when I was collecting my battle logs before I built my site, so I've kept it that way. So this shows that I won against these couple of matches. In my first match, you'll see there's a question mark here because I didn't get to see the third Pokemon. And when that happens, the code automatically just assumes that it's an unknown. It's a question mark. Yeah, so you enter one battle per line, enter a W or L for win or loss, and enter a blank line if you want to separate the sets. So if you see here, I entered multiple sets all at once. And then before you hit save, just have a look and make sure that these are the right entries, because sometimes it could be a shadow version or not shadow version, or Galarian versus not Galarian. So just have a quick look over, and if everything looks good, you hit save. Then the instant you hit save, it is going to generate a report for you. At the top, you have the key wins, key losses, and the neutral matchups. So this is kind of inspired by PvPoke's summary at the beginning. When you enter a team in the team builder, it kind of tells you what your key wins and losses are. So I tried to follow that. But the way this is computed is the key wins are whenever you beat a particular Pokemon, whenever your team beats a particular Pokemon more often than it appears in the meta. So in this case, like for me, sorry, let me jump ahead. So here you can see all battles. There's a section for all battles. There's another section for battles won, and another section for battles lost. So if you look at my battles won section, my team does really well against Swampert and Lapras. But if you remember from the meta, these two are not the top two Pokemon. But because I beat them more often than they appear in the meta, that's when I decide that it's a key win. And key losses is the opposite. They're the Pokemon that appear more frequently in your losses than they do in the meta. And neutral are just you didn't win or lose more often to them than the others. So at the very top, the valuable thing is you can very quickly tell if your team has very big weaknesses. So for me, I do notice that I struggle a lot when I see a Cresselia and Snorlax. I thought I struggled more against Steels, but it seems like Steel's neutral, because if you look at it, if I face something bad with a champ and I have to switch, a Steel might wall me. And I did have a couple of matches where I was stuck with Abomasnow and Registeel. Abomasnow is not the best pick. I would prefer to have maybe Cresselia here, but because I don't have a good Ultra League Cresselia, I just tried my best with Abomasnow. But it seems like I'm neutral with Registeel, not doing very good with Gardevoir. So then, like if you feel invested in this team, then you might want to scroll down and see what's going on with this team. So for example, here, this is just a general picture of all your wins and losses. This tells you what you saw in all the battles in this particular team. Who their leads are, who you saw as a safe switch, and who you saw as the closer. Battles won, I'm usually not very interested in this section, because if I won, maybe I just won lead and I won very easily. What I'm more interested in is all the battles that I lost. So here, that's where the key losses thing picked up Cresselia, because Cresselia is like is way more represented than the other ones. And if you look at the breakdown, what happened was, of all the battles I lost on my team, I faced Cresselia very frequently as a lead, which is bad for my Machamp leads, because my team is Machamp, Alolan, Abomasnow. And then I had to switch out of Machamp into Abomasnow, and then they switch. Their most frequently used Pokemon that beat me in the switch was Registeel, because that totally walls Abomasnow. And that's how I lost a lot of matches. So that's why I feel like Registeel was the one that gave me the most trouble. So if I had to redo this team or tweak this team, looking at this chart, I would say whenever I lose switch, I need to make sure, or whenever I lose lead, I need to make sure that my safe switch is okay with all these Pokemon, especially Registeel. So to me, that points out that my weak link here is Abomasnow, and I'll probably want to replace this. The best option would be if I could replace this with, let's say, like a Deoxys, a Defense Deoxys, or a Cresselia with Future Sight. Then I think this could be a pretty good team. But I don't have both of them, so sad times. Yeah.
Nice.
So
your Abomasnow is not even an XL Abomasnow, right? You're
right,
just getting by with a level 39 Abomasnow or whatever it might be.
Right. Yeah. So I was hoping, because in the matchup chart, this team does okay as long as there are no steals. But once there's this, like, even if there's an Empoleon, that's fine. But once there's a steal, then it totally this team doesn't work at all.
Oh, and I guess I didn't even understand what Scientist was mentioning in the chat. I see you did put CL and maybe there's CW and some of it. Is that
yeah?
So that actually is that for the algorithm, or is that more for your own use that it says close?
Right, exactly. They're for my own personal reference. The code only looks at whether it's a capital W or capital L, but you're allowed to put anything else in there. So I tend to also add extra information, like if it's a close win or close loss, because I feel like a lot of close losses could also become close wins. So like if you win 3-2, for example, if one of them was a close loss, you might actually have gotten a 4-1 if you played things a little differently. But if they're all hard wins or hard losses, then it's totally different. So in this team, what I noticed is there are a couple of close wins and close losses, but then a couple of hard losses at the end. So they don't affect these charts at all. They just appear in these logs at the end in case you want to look at them to think about your team a little bit more.
I hadn't even realized until just now that you had, I guess, 3 different teams. You had the Pokemon Company, you had the a shorthand for one called Two Arm. Is that Armored Mewtwo? Is that what that is?
Yeah,
For a
yeah,
second, I
yeah.
thought that was just like something you buried in the code, like a special name for Registeel, because it's just kind of like a stick with two arms sticking out or whatever. Right? So
Yeah.
okay, now I get it. That man,
There are no rules for
right.
what makes a good shorthand. You just want to pick some combination of letters that matches some Pokemon better than it does some other Pokemon. And with Two Arm, there's no other Pokemon that matches this particular.
Oh man, I love that. I love that. I assume that, I mean, this would seem like this would be like a very significant level of complexity to add to the code. But is there such a thing as like uh, kind of like you have for keyboards with predictive text and that sort of thing, where you can have certain shorthands where you're just like, I specifically want this to be my shorthand for
Oh,
such and
okay.
such Pokemon, even though like it doesn't particularly bear any resemblance. That seems like that's probably not something that exists, but how hard is that to would that be to put in?
That the hard part is not putting the logic in. The hard part is
Storing
storing
it,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, storing the settings for every single person who uses it.
Right. Yeah. Probably not worth it, especially when there's such fun things as Two Arm out there for sure. um, so as you are going down the site and you are looking at the picks that it is giving you, there's a box at the bottom that says, I think, custom. Is that right?
Right. Yeah.
And how does that all work? Do the different columns feed off of each other in terms of if you if you type something in one of them, or you click something, is it going to attempt to work with that data as well to find some sort of synergy, or is it what's that part of the site for?
Okay. I can give you an example of the process that I might go through before I battle each day, for example, or maybe after I battle and I'm trying to figure out what to build for the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So first, I would click generate. Actually, no. To make it more interesting, let me look at some previous meta that have the ideal meta for us to build teams with. So I'm going to look at Kanto because I think Kanto is one of the best meta for anti-meta teams because it was very focused. Like you can see, it was represented by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Pokemon. The rest are very not very frequently used. And if you look at the meta chart here, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 very popular ones, and the rest were not as popular. So this is like the ideal case you want if you want to build a consistent anti-meta team for, like a cluster of very popular Pokemon. Okay, so I'll generate anti-meta teams for this league. This is the Kanto Cup, by the way, in Great League. So it's going to go through and generate all the top counters for each position again. And then here are the two sections that I mentioned earlier. One is the safe team section.
Right.
There's the description of the algorithm that I use. This is not my recipe. This is the classic lead safe switch cover recipe.
Right.
And then here is the spice team section, which uses the ABB recipe. And you can see here one of the predictions or one of the suggestions was Caleb Ping's Machamp Shadow, Snorlax Shadow, Marowak line, and also a couple of variations like Alolan Muck or Shadow Lapras. And you can see that it's you can see why it works because Shadow Snorlax and Alolan Marowak share a lot of weaknesses. I'm looking for the double X's between the second and third columns. So Alolan Muck, for example, double weaknesses to Machamp. Single weaknesses are even better because then you don't share the weakness, or Alolan Graveler. And for every double weakness, you have a counter to it. Like this Alolan Muck, there's double weakness by Snorlax and Marowak, but Alolan Muck hard counters. Shadow Machamp hard counters Alolan Muck. And well, this one is a tie, so it's a little closer. Whenever you see Machamp Shadow, you kind of have to do something do some heroics with your own Shadow Champ. But for the other matchups, like a Alolan Graveler, wherever you lose twice in the back line, your lead covers it.
Very cool.
And the nice thing about this anti-meta team is there are very few hard losses and a lot of strong wins. So that's why it works.
How does if you're creating a team, how does your code treat Mew if you decide to give it different moves, or does it work solely with the recommended moves?
Yes, unfortunately, it works just with PvPoke's recommended moves.
Okay.
Yeah, but in the future, I may add a way for you to specify different move sets to simulate with, because I'm already none of the computation you saw was pre-calculated and pre-stored. So what you suggested is very possible. I just have to make sure I set the right move sets on Mew that you want, and then force it to compute based on that move set.
Do you internally do any sort of like generation of meta trends or anything like that? I mean, I know that PvPoke puts out stuff for like his Patreons and stuff that show the different trends, but obviously we're talking about just kind of how quickly the meta can move, and the timestamps that you've got on the data. So do you have any sort of summary, whether it's on the site itself or on your own back end, where you can see these trends that kind of take shape, or do you just use the site as the site and that's kind of the way you figure out where it is now, and you don't worry as much about like where it used to be?
I think the PvPoke's analysis are much more detailed, but the feature I added here was something inspired by what YTX Pikachu did, where given a window, you want to predict if a certain Pokemon is trending up or down. So if you hover over, I'll try to zoom in. I'm going to zoom in because it's too small. So if you hover over each bar, you kind of get to see whether the popularity is decreasing or increasing.
Wow.
And the way I compute this is I first look at what the average use is for that particular Pokemon, but then I take the last maybe 20% or something like 20% of the usage and compare that with what it was in the average. And if that has gone up or down, I report it here. So for example, in the last 1,000 battles, the most recent battles have seen a 5% drop in usage. Same with Alolan Muck. Hypno went up by 2. These are very small numbers, so
Right.
nothing too crazy. But you typically see huge jumps like after community days or after some event where they make some Pokemon really popular.
Right. Wow. That man, like I said, and I called it discoverability, but honestly, it's just the depth of this stuff. It's like you literally do have to sit there and hover over each one to think about it. But I mean, it's like it's there's so much data there. That's really cool. Wow, that's amazing.
Right. So I was going to show you what I usually do. I clicked that because you're asking about this custom button, right?
Right.
That was what you wanted to see.
Yeah, I was just curious where that fits in.
It automatically tells you what the top counters are to each of the positions. Oh yeah, so in Kanto, these guys were broken because you can see how strong they were versus most of the meta.
Right.
Lots of blue circles means they do better. All the Alolan Gravelers, Alolan Golems, and also Marowak. Like no hard losses and lots of wins. So that, and I guess that's why they were popular here. That's why we have the cluster. But so this will give you the top counters. But if you want to check some other Pokemon that's not in this list, you can enter it here. So for example, what's not here? I'll just enter something. Let's say Vileplume. You click this button and it will on the fly run that battle simulator really quickly and give you the results for that one Pokemon.
Wow.
It's just as a quick check in case you're thinking, oh, what is this list? It sucks. I can do better. Let me try. Sometimes you can, but usually you can. But maybe, okay, the shadow. I was going to see if there's like, maybe Blastoise Shadow. Maybe you can try. Blastoise Shadow. And then now you can compare it with Blastoise and see if you like one better than the other.
Why is one of those longer than the other? That was
in this search. I
it brings up
think
a
I
longer
limited it.
version. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have the same matchups, but I think
Got it.
in this particular search, I limited it for performance reasons.
Right.
But yeah, the top couple of Pokemon in the meta match
Very cool.
up to Blastoise, and then the one that automatically generated has some extra.
That's cool. This seems like another question that would fall in the category of it's not unbelievably hard to do, but it would have to do with storing more data. But is there any way that your recommendations or I mean, I guess they're all the same. The recommendations, suggestions, whatever we want to call them, would take into account what mons the person already has built or available to them, or maybe,
yes.
or maybe blacklist ones where they're just like,
you
keep suggesting this thing that's impossible to get. Like, I'm never going to get a
yes.
whatever.
Yeah, so perfect question, because that is something that I find very useful for someone who doesn't have a lot of the good Pokemon like Defense Deoxys or a high level Cresselia. So one thing you could do before you blacklist stuff is you could try some other lead. So for example, if you see some leads here that you don't like, and I'm forgetting. Okay, yeah. So let's just try Marowak. Shorthand for Marowak. And if you click search here, it'll try to automatically generate a team for you based on the lead that you provided. So if you don't like these teams, for example, and you think you have a Pokemon that you want to use as a lead that is not in this list, you can enter it here and it will try its best to find a team for that Pokemon. Now to blacklist stuff, to exclude stuff, that's where this button comes in. So let's say, for example, what's a rare one? Let's say you don't have a Shadow Lapras.
Right.
Because they didn't let you TM Frustration away yet. So you could enter Lapras, Shadow here, and you can separate stuff by space. So let's find something else. Let's say you also don't have maybe Shadow Vileplume, or you don't like this Pokemon for whatever reason. So you can exclude that too. And let's also exclude Shadow Beedrill. Then if you click the button again, it's gonna recompute all that stuff, but without the Pokemon that you blacklisted.
Awesome. Wow.
So now you see there's no what do we exclude? Some grass,
Shadow Lapras, and Vileplume.
Right. Yeah. And so what this is useful for is, let's say if there's a team that you kind of like, you think is strong, but it has a Pokemon you don't want, you can try to force it to use a different Pokemon and see if it works. I think this is a particular good team also, like Dragonair, Alolan Marowak, Graveler.
Wow.
So yeah, so what I usually do is I run it first for with the whole Pokedex of that league,
right,
just to try to give me its best matches. And then if there are any that I don't like, or if there are any Pokemon I don't have, then I start using this blacklist feature to remove them. Actually, Ultra League might be a good example, because many people might not. Oh, actually, let's go to Master League, because this is a common problem a lot of people have. That you have this meta,
they don't
but
have a Dialga, or they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So I don't have a Dialga, so I'm going to say, give me teams without Dialga that can also do well. Or maybe you have a Dialga, but you really don't want to invest in like a non-perfect Hundo Dialga.
That's been me for a long time.
Right. So yeah, this is going to suggest a couple of teams that can do okay. So you can check out the matchups. You have 2 counters to Dialga here with. Okay, so this is where some experience might come in, and why you can't just trust these computer results blindly, because if you see, the recommendations suggest a lot of Shadow Snorlax, and that's because it's taking into account that Shadow Snorlax wins the Body Slam bait and then lands a superpower. But if that doesn't happen, then these matchups don't work out that way. Mm-hmm. So you might say exclude Shadow Snorlax. Okay, so here are the Master League teams. Now you have some new ones. Mewtwo. Now it's Origin Giratina instead of Shadow Snorlax as the safe switch. Mewtwo lead, Origin Giratina, and Togekiss in the back. Or you can check out a couple more ones. There's also here, now it uses Lugia. Right. So what I typically do is first I start with the list, and then based on what I don't have, I keep trying to blacklist them.
Right.
And then go down the list and check out the matchups. Because not all of them are good, or based on your intuition or what you're seeing in the meta, in your personal battles, you might know that you want to definitely beat some Pokemon. So then you look at this matchup matrix and see which one you're okay with. Like, for example, this is something that could work, but I don't like all the hard losses that Sirfetch'd has, even though there could be counters to them. So I'll close this one and try to find another one. Or maybe I might exclude Sirfetch'd altogether. So let's try that. See what happens with we were looking at the Articuno Mewtwo team, but a Sirfetch'd in the back. Let's see what happens when we exclude Sirfetch'd. Do we still get to see some Articuno teams? Nope, Articuno team is gone. So I guess that means that for an Articuno lead,
good core.
Having a fighter in the back, which is Sirfetch'd, seems to help. And without that, it's not able to. Let's try here. Not able to find a good team.
You've got one Articuno Shadow in the back, and another Articuno in the back, just not in the lead.
Right. Yeah. So that's where the human factor comes in. You can't just pick a team and hope that it works. You kind of have to pick a team, use your judgment, and see, do you like these matchups, or can you imagine yourself playing these matchups? For example, this team is weak to a Dragonite in the lead. So can you imagine a win condition if you see a Dragonite? If you switch to Giratina Origin, yeah, it could work because there are not too many hard counters to Giratina Origin. You can at least do something, especially if you can manage to land your baits and then come back in later with whatever it was that beat Swampert, or come back in to finish Dragonite with something else.
Very cool. Right. The Mac 1 says, can you exclude legendaries with one word?
Oh, yeah. So that's funny you asked, because one of our members asked exactly the same feature today. So now that two people have asked for it,
you pushed it over the edge, the Mac. It's on his to-do list for the next week.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a perfect example of how new features make it into the site.
Making change on the ground. Way to go, the Mac.
Okay, so let's look at some Spice teams. I'm going to delete the blacklist that we have to see what we get with no restrictions.
And I
so I'm trying to figure out.
You said explains right there what the recipe is for the Spice teams, and it's just the difference being you said it's ABB setup, or is it the weirder choices, or what's the formula?
Right. Let me see if I can pick a good example to demonstrate that. Okay, I'm trying to look for columns where there are two X's and hard counters on the left column. So it's not all of these are good. So that's a challenge when you have a meta that's kind of broad. You can't have enough coverage to take care of every case. Okay, let's go with the first one. This is kind of a weird team because you see there's like 2 dragons and 2 things weak to ghosts. But if you look at the matchup matrix, the way this is an ABB team is, okay, the first 3 are kind of odd. They don't fit the ABB pattern. But if you look at the rest of them, like I said, Giratina Origin, they have similar weaknesses. So the way this team is built is I try to find the second the safe switch and the third Pokemon, what I try to pick for them are the Pokemon that beat most of the meta. So Mew and Giratina altered. If you look here, Mew and sorry, was it Alter or Origin? Oh, this one is Altered. Okay. So these two Pokemon are in the list of anti-meta because they have no hard losses. I guess Mew is kind of cheating because it can pretty much have any charge move. So I might want to blacklist that in my next pass. But the reason it was picked here is because it has no hard losses, and same with Giratina. Like even against Togekiss, you can kind of weaken Togekiss quite a bit. So since they're strong against the meta, they were selected as the two backlines Pokemon, and they share similar weaknesses. Similar weakness to Giratina Origin, Groudon, Dragonite, but they're not hard losses. So if you manage to lure the counter out with one of them, then the other strong Pokemon could clean up the rest of the meta. That's the idea anyway. And then for everyone that you have two losses to in the back, you see there's a counter. Your lead Pokemon is a counter to it. So that's why Dragonite, so Shadow Dragonite was picked for the lead because it covers the back line.
Very cool.
So if I look at this matchup, the only things I have to watch out for are when do I switch, or which ones do I need to fight it out with Dragonite Shadow to weaken the Pokemon, or which one do I switch? Or in this one, it's kind of different because the first three meta Pokemon, Melmetal, Dialga, and Togekiss, they kind of they kind of break the ABB pattern. So for
Right.
Togekiss, for example, I might actually want to throw in Giratina Altered instead of Mew, because Mew is my harder counter to Togekiss. So if I throw in my Giratina Altered, if they stay, then and I can weaken it with my Togekiss and then take it out with Mew. Or if they switch, then that's fine too. I still have my Mew in the back to take it out later. So this is how I would look at these matchup charts to kind of pick the team I want to play.
Yeah, I mean, I literally didn't even know that part existed, which is like exactly what I would want. Like there's like you said, it prevents you from having to have a bazillion windows up that present you with just too much information. That's great. Okay,
There are
and
a couple of other
so at the bottom you've got the suggested Sylph teams. What is
okay?
That's
great.
still under development, right? So what's the
right.
what
So
are we looking at there?
that's thanks for asking these questions. You're like leading me in all the right places. So this is the feature that YTX helped me develop initially, and then we got some inputs from Rommel and Pocket. So let's switch to Nightfall since that's the Sylph Cup. These battles, what you see here, they're not entered by the players, or maybe some of them might have, but most of them were entered by me by watching practice battles. So what I do, like if you look at these articles here, what I usually do is before each cup, especially a new one like Kanto, Catch, or Nightfall, I would try to watch some practice battles and record all the practice data and use that as like a sample meta. So in absence of real data, you at least have something to go by to help you prepare. So these are all practice battles. They might be outdated now that there are real battles going on. I haven't kept up with the real battles. But what you do here then is you do the same thing, hit the magic button. But you probably want to ignore most of this stuff because it's for the GBL teams. And I'll explain how the Sylph teams are generated. Okay, actually, I'm going to open up my console here to see which teams use one algorithm and which teams use the other algorithm. So I actually generate two sets of teams. The first set of teams is generated using this method in PvPoke. Teams of 6. So I use so like again I want to point out that I didn't innovate. I'm not like I'm not like some kind of genius who thought all these things up. I'm just following what all these generous people have shared, all the tips and suggestions. So YTX Pikachu pointed me to this recipe, and that's what I implemented for the team of 6 team building. So the idea is we want to try to find cores, like a dual cores or trio cores, the ones that complement each other, and try to have as many of these cores in your team of 5 as possible. So no matter what your opponent picks from his team of 6, you have some way to form a good team from, because you have a lot of these cores. So the way this process works is you try to find a duo or trio core, and that gives you 1 or 2 Pokemon in your team of 6, and you keep iterating and repeating this step by adding 1 or 2 Pokemon incrementally until you eventually fill up your whole team of 6. And by doing this process, you guarantee that you have the maximum number of cores within your team of 6 that you can pick from. So a lot of flexibility. So I applied that process. Oops, where am I? Why do I have 2 windows open? Close that one. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to check here. Which ones were generated using that method? And it looks like the first 9 Abomasnow teams. Oops. These first 9 Abomasnow teams were generated using that, what I call synergy method. I call it synergy because we want to find a team of 6 that have the most cores within them. One thing different that this thing does is, if you noticed, it only generated 5. Bless you.
Need a cough button.
One thing that you notice is it actually generated a team of 5 instead of team of 6, because I found that it was enough to satisfy the coverage, the coverage requirements with just 5 Pokemon. And since I didn't trust that the computer was smart enough to find all 6, I left the 6th slot empty for a human to add an extra Pokemon. So that these 5 Pokemon here give you enough coverage for the whole meta, but there's a flex open slot for the player to add another 6. So for example, if you click on the coverage chart and you see that it's lacking coverage in a certain against a certain Pokemon in the meta, you could pick your 6 to cover it. Or so this is like, these are the little tips that the Sylph guys like YTX, Rommel, and Hot Pocket gave me that helped. Or they said that not all the Pokemon, or the advice they gave me is not all the Pokemon that are on the team of 6 necessarily have to be something you might want to use.
Right.
Or something good even. It might just be there for bench pressure to force your opponent into certain decisions to help your team of, whatever team of 3 you want to build.
Right.
So I left the 6th slot empty for that reason. So the 6 teams here were generated using that formula where I try to... Okay, wait, back up. I'm missing one important step. Sorry. So the important step is, how do I find out which groups of Pokemon form good cores? Like, how do you know if Azumarill and Altaria go well together and stuff like that? So the way I figure that out is I go through the regular team building process here. So I generate all the anti-meta individual Pokemon like we saw before. And based on that, I generate all the best anti-meta teams. And based on how commonly 2 or 3 Pokemon are used together, I decide which pairs or which triplets make good cores. So for example, we might see like Grass and Fighter go together, or see, it's hard for a human to do all these things manually. You kind of so what the code will do is go through all the combinations of the teams that were generated and try to find good the most common cores that form the most teams. So Abomasnow here is first because it found that of all the Pokemon that were used, Abomasnow seems to be the one that's been used the most in a lot of teams. So if you have that on the team, it gives you a lot of flexibility for the combinations of 3s that you can make. And then the one after that is Gallade, Medicham, Lapras, and Gengar. A lot of them don't show up in this list because this list only shows like the best ones, but there are a lot that were generated in the background that are used to decide what Pokemon form good cores. So let's click on one of them, and So first I wanted to show the coverage chart, and then I'll actually show what teams of 3 you can build for them, just to show how the synergy teams give you a lot of flexibility. So in the coverage chart, you can see that these are the meta in the rows here. And with all the 5 Pokemon that you have at least 2 answers to each Pokemon in the meta. Like in the most popular ones, like Galarian, Stunfisk, and Frostlass, you have 3 answers. You kind of have at least 2 or 3 answers all the way down to the bottom here in the less frequently used Pokemon, where, say, Abomasnow Shadow, you only have 1 answer to and 1 tie. So the coverage looks pretty good, depending on no matter which of these meta Pokemon your opponent brings your team of 6, you kind of have some play. You can find some way to construct a team of 3. And because these are synergy teams where all of these Pokemon are core Pokemons, you should be able to mix and match them more easily. So I'll give you some example based on this old article I wrote, because I actually tried to form teams of 3 from it, just as a demonstration. Oops, too far. Okay, so at that time I saw Abomasnow, Beedrill, Gallade, Snorlax, and Wigglytuff, and this was the coverage chart that it showed. And because it was generated using a synergy formula, it can give you teams, pretty good teams like this: Wigglytuff, Gallade, Abomasnow, with very spread out hard losses and no shared losses. Or Snorlax, Wigglytuff, Beedrill. This one doesn't look as good because of all the hard losses from Beedrill. Or Abomasnow, Gallade, Beedrill. But even though there are all these losses, it looks playable and looks very consistent also. Like you could have some play in a lot of situations. And that's because we built these team of 5 using the synergy method. And then don't forget, you also have the 6 slot free. So if you think you want even more flexibility to add a Pokemon that gives you that can mix and match better with these other ones, then you can add something else in the back. Let's say Frostlass. Look, it seems like everybody wants to, for safety, at least throw a Frostlass on their team of 6. So.
Right.
So you could add a Frostlass here just for extra coverage and flexibility. Yeah, and do the same thing with these other teams of 5. Then the next method, these next set of teams down here, starting from Gallade, Shadow to the bottom, these were generated using a different method. These were generated using YTX Pikachu's suggestion that we want to at least have 2 counters to every Pokemon in the meta.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like the Hero Vange method too.
Yeah. So I don't know any of this. I'm like regurgitating stuff
it's good.
that these guys educated me on. And yeah, so for this one, these Pokemon may not have that much synergy with each other. So you might have harder time making a team of 3 out of this, but they were picked because they were at the top of the anti-meta list, and they give you coverage over all the meta that you see. So from Stunfisk, Galarian, all the way up to Abomasnow. If you go down the rows, you should find at least 2 counters for every row. At least 2 blue squares for every row.
Nice. Yeah.
So these are the 2 algorithms. I'm not sure which ones are better because I haven't played these formats myself personally. But there are 2 options for you to choose from, like these synergy teams and these coverage teams, and then a flexible 6 slot for you to add your creative 6 pick for your team.
All the ideas that are coming into my mind, you talk about algorithms playing each other. Like we had a pro-am where we had experienced battlers coach folks who'd never done Sylph before, and I was thinking, 1, you could compete in something like that, and 2, you could have like a format for a tournament where like everybody picks one of these generated teams and kind of competes them against each other, and maybe you could have like one human in the field and see if they can outsmart the machine just by weaving amongst these. Have like hot pocket versus the world, if you will.
Yeah, like how they had those chess competitions in the past, like the world's best grandmaster versus Deep Blue or whatever
Right.
the
Yeah.
chess computer was. Yeah, that'll be fun. I'm all for that.
How many shadow Pokemon do you personally have built? You talk about having limited resources, and obviously we know how expensive they can be, how annoying they can be to build, and how often they show up on some of these lists.
Not many. I only have a Great League Shadow Machamp and maybe a Shadow Beedrill, Shadow Swampert. Yeah, thanks to the community day last weekend, now I have a Shadow Swampert, but not that much. Yeah, they're expensive.
Has putting this tool together made you feel better or worse about the sort of accessibility of the game? Do you feel like being able to point yourself at different options that can work frees you up to not feel so bad about the things you don't have, or does it reinforce the fact that you feel like you really need some of these things?
I think what I feel most bad about is lag, because like in any online game, the worst thing to feel is that you're not in control. Like you're losing because it's not your fault. I think that's the worst thing that you, for me at least, for me to feel. So like the game is really fun when everything works smoothly and perfectly, but if you know you can win this matchup, especially the matchups you know you can win, if you know you can win that matchup and you already have a game plan, it's checkmate, but because of some lag spike or something, you lose that matchup. Those are the worst feelings for me. I know it's not really directly related to the question.
No, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
That's what bothers me the most.
Do you have any plans on competing in any self stuff soon, trying to eat your own dog food, if you will, and see what the results are?
Yeah, I might. Yeah, I think I might. No plans yet, though. I need to learn a little bit more about the Sil format and all that. But yeah, it sounds interesting. I do like that format.
How much effort does it take on your part for, say, the Holiday Cup coming up, to do what you're talking about with the sitting there and watching YouTubers and just kind of manually inputting battles? Like, is that? And I know it's hard to kind of stay on top of that. Do you foresee yourself having some Holiday Cup teams ready when that launches, or do you think that that's not going to be super high priority and just kind of let the data speak for itself?
Yeah, I definitely do want to help people out with each of these new cups, because I feel like that's when we feel the most the most loss. I feel like with Great League, everybody kind of has a handle on it, except when some new Pokemon get introduced. But for the new cups, like the Flying Cup, Holiday Cup, Kanto Cup, I think that's when a lot of this information will be valuable for people. And now that I've made those couple of Reddit posts, I do get people bothering me. Like, if I'm a few days late on the cup, they'd be like, "Hey man, I'm thinking of making my teams. Are you gonna make a post?" Yeah, I wasn't planning to, but since you asked, yeah. So I do try to make it at least for all these new cups that people have never seen. But the nice thing is that since the last time we had one of these new cups, I started a Discord channel. So the members we have there are really great. Like one of them, I'm trying to remember his name. What is his name? Poppy. Yeah, Poppy071. So last night he was watching. Was it last night or 2 nights? Maybe 1 or 2 nights before, he was watching the Ultra League battles by streamers like House of Stark, just to see how they were doing at the higher ranks. And he helped watch them and enter the battle log into the site. So we kind of got to analyze what people were seeing at the 2400, 2500 mmr range versus what we were seeing here with everybody globally. And it was pretty interesting because let me see if I can get a picture of that meta. What we've concluded is that what you see at the high mmrs is completely different. Like they're playing a completely different game than we're playing at the lower mmr ranges. Like their meta is very small because they're not influenced by what they caught on community day. It's kind of like the old, like last season's meta, but then the counter to last season's meta. They're like playing a whole new meta game at the high ranks.
Right now,
Where
I'm seeing a white screen. Is that?
oh,
Did you
sorry,
change
yeah,
the? No, I just wasn't
I
sure if
was
you were trying to show us something. That's kind of the challenge of capturing windows. Sometimes I'm sure you were doing
right.
something else
Yeah,
in the foreground.
sorry, I was trying to switch to Discord to find that screenshot of the meta that Poppy collected. But anyway, sorry I can't find it. But what I was trying to point out is, so now thanks to all the members, now I actually have a lot of passionate people other than myself to help collect this data. So it's a little bit easier.
And I guess you should definitely post the link to that Discord in our Discord so that anybody who's looking to get onto that will know where to find that. Are there specific ways that you are looking for people to get involved and assist? Like, is that kind of one of the main things, the preliminary data gathering?
Right. Yeah. So even if you don't gather data, just having practice battles available, that's really helpful, because then I could use your practice battles as like a simulated meta to help all of us prepare, because then you at least have some idea and you can kind of plan ahead for which Pokemon you might want to power up or catch ahead of time. And then when the cup comes, you're kind of ready. And then usually when the cup comes, you can check the site for the live data, and it's not that far off from what people actually play. The practice battles seem to be very representative of what people actually play in the end.
Is there an alternative method that you guys use to insert the sort of early data, the preliminary stuff? Is there like certain users are able to access a meta on the site that normally they wouldn't, or is it a completely different way you put it in?
It's the same way. So when I think in a few days I'm going to add a new menu item here for Holiday Cup, so you could select Great League and Halloween Cup. And if you wanted to, you could help us enter data here. Anybody could help us enter data here. And but the other method that we were talking about earlier is the training sims on PvPoke. So right now, PvPoke has tons and tons of data of all the different training battles that people are doing to prepare for each cup or each league. And one idea that YTX had was to compare his data with our live data to see how closely they correlate. And what we found is the distribution and the spread is very similar. So instead of watching, or in addition to watching these practice battles, I think we could plug in PvPoke's training battles for Holiday Cup and get like, I don't know, 10,000 or something crazy, because
Right.
PvPoke gets a lot of traffic, like 10,000 battles of meta to analyze.
And I know, so I for whatever reason have never been able to get myself to do as many of the battle simulator ones as a lot of people do, but I mean, I'm glad that there's meaningful data coming through there, because it definitely is helpful. What do you think is the most surprising thing that you've learned in developing this site that you wouldn't have necessarily picked up some other way?
I think the surprising thing happens after the data gets collected, because a lot of the development is very it's not very let me see, trying to find the right word, sorry. I don't want to say it's not very interesting, because it is interesting, but it's more like mechanical. Yeah, I guess
Right.
that's the word I'm looking for. Like I'm just collecting data, storing in a database, and having some way to slice and dice the data. But the really cool part, and like the moment of truth part, when I wrote this site was, what can I learn from this data, or how can you slice this data to show interesting trends or patterns that you wouldn't see otherwise? Because like if you were to look at, oh, I don't have it, but if you're just going to look at your log file or some notepad that you had with 25 battles for the day, it's hard for a human to break that down into a pie chart
Yeah.
visually in your head. Like, who did I see most? Did I see Swampert more than Dragonite? I don't know. But if once you plug it into the database and you can draw it in a chart, and it's very clear. So, for example, one thing we saw in this chart in Ultra League is that this is like a perfect, evenly spaced rainbow.
Right.
There is one of every type, one of every Pokemon. So if you wanted to make an NT meta team, you'd have a tough time, because no matter what lead you pick, there is a really high chance that your lead is going to lose to one of these things.
Right.
And look at the percentages. Dragonite 7%, Venusaur 6%, 6. So they're 6-5. They're more or less equal. So that's why I think a lot of people are having trouble in Ultra League, because you're going to lose lead a lot, and no matter what you bring, you just have to outplay your opponent. You can't beat them with a better team composition.
Your data definitely seems to show things like how well you do with particular mons against what you've seen. Does it show anything in terms of maybe like surprising kind of outlier picks, where it's like, you have to invest a lot in it, but like they're outperforming their outpunching their class, if you will? It's not necessarily like something you're seeing all the time, or is it, but they're still major threats, or is it, or would you say that primarily the goal is to match up against the things you're seeing the most, and you're not necessarily worried about the kind of outlier stuff, like I would think in this case the thing we're not going to see too much of yet are like the Galarian Stunfisks and the Ultra League Skarmories and such.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes there are surprises, because the nice thing about so the thing about writing the software is we try to capture, like, a lot of people think that software is intelligent, but software isn't intelligent. We're trying to capture some intent.
Right.
We're trying to get the software to capture something a human thinks is a good thing to do, or good decisions a human might make. And so we try to capture the intent and the process of how to do it, and we describe it for the software to do. But then the interesting thing comes when the software works on the data blindly, because it has no emotion, it has no biases. It just says, okay, you told me what to do, I'm going to do it now. And it does it on all these thousands of battles that we have done. So some of the decisions that it makes will be very close to what a human would make. Like maybe this one, Gallade, Alolan Muck, Magnezone. But some of them may not be very intuitive, like this one, Escavalier, Charizard, Slowbro. This might be a bug, actually, because a lot of X's. I'm gonna close it. Yeah,
that's like the Microsoft demos with the blue screen.
Ultra League is hard, especially Ultra League Premier. There's not many safe teams because it's so spread out. Yeah, so the outliers come when there's some of these teams where you go, that's kind of interesting. Like this one, Venusaur, Victreebel, Shadow. There's a double grass team in Ultra Premier, and it seems like, I guess it kind of works. You have Magnezone lead. You could also have a Gallade in the back. Yeah, so that's where the outliers come. When you capture your intent, software does it, but software blindly does it with no feelings, and then it happens to find something that a human wouldn't, because a human would be like, that's never going to work, but the software doesn't care. It just applies your algorithm to everything. Or maybe this one, Bronzong.
Bronzong and Ultra League. Yikes.
Yeah.
Holy cow. I think I maybe saw somebody running one of those on some YouTube video. I didn't watch it, but I remember seeing like in the title, I think. But wow, I can't even imagine. So when we're looking at these names, obviously we've got the things like the Ampharos, Shadow, Alolan, all that stuff. Is this pulling the base entry, or is this pulling the XL entry, or is it pulling some amalgamation of the two? What's the sort of way that it's figuring this out, since we have all these new things coming in with the XL versions? How does that look on the back end?
Right. So on the data collection side, I've merged both XL and non-XLs because I didn't want people entering one or the other, and then you kind of get, let's say, two Venusaurs or two Charizards and two Galates, because then it kind of messes with this chart here. You think that there are more divisions than there actually are, but they're actually just higher level versions of the same Pokemon. So I've combined the data collection. I still have to figure out how to account for the XLs in the team builder. I think I might do what PvPoke did. So if you look at PvPoke, Matt added a. Let's go to PvPoke. Oh, okay, yeah, this one looks good. Matt added a show XL Pokemon button.
Oh, I hadn't even. Somehow I didn't even notice that. Is that very new? I don't think I knew that was there.
It might be a few days. Oh, okay. I just noticed it too. Yeah. So I'm thinking I might follow this format where if you're above level 40 and you want to do these analysis with the XL Pokemon, then I'll give you this button to include all of them.
Okay. Huh. But the things that you're looking at currently, they're going to be the base entry. They're going to be the non-XL version, so that would account for example, why it wouldn't suggest a Galarian Stunfisk or something like that.
Right, or an Umbreon. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So these suggestions right now are very conservative, assuming that not many people have XL Pokemon yet. So one of the next things I want to upgrade the site with is some way to also handle XL Pokemon, since like the people are getting to them much faster than I expected. I thought it would take people a lot longer to get to level 50, but I guess House Stark was showcasing a level 48 Umbreon 1 or 2 days ago. So it looks like it's time for me to add that feature.
I'm trying to think what the highest level thing I have is. It's definitely not that. I think I just barely leveled up a Sableye and a couple other things. I have not gotten bold about that with the dust.
Right. Yeah, that's expensive. It's expensive. How do you get so many XL candies? How do you do it?
Yeah, for certain things it's not impossible. For other things it's crazy right now. Wow. Very, very cool. Anything else that you think that the site does that you haven't had a chance to show us yet? There's the secret menu. What does the secret menu do? I think I should know the answer to that, but it certainly has an intriguing name.
Right. Yeah. It has a lot of stuff that we already saw. Like, I think a lot of people don't realize you can enter multiple sets at the same time. And I see a lot of people entering one line at a time. So this is just for more advanced users to tell them that if you want to save time, you could just enter all the sets for the day and then hit save. And then you can also enter the move set, like you mentioned earlier. Oh, yeah. Okay. This is one important one. The special keyword, my teams. So let's go back. So what I showed you earlier was I was clicking on a specific team and showing only that team's results. Mm-hmm. But chances are you'll probably be trying multiple teams in a league. So if you want to look at all the data you collected in the league across all your teams, you enter the special keyword, my teams. Yeah. And then this data is generated, like you see here, it's 120. Let me go back to a league where I have more data. So if I can go to Great League, for example, and show the last 240 battles. And that way, for example, if you feel like the 1000 battle window is too large and doesn't represent what you're seeing, you can extend this range. You can enter my teams to only show the battles that you have seen. And if you've played enough, that should be a good enough number for you to do your analysis on. And now for each, now for this, for your own personal report, the same button shows up. So earlier I was generating the teams based on the whole worldwide data, but you can also just show your team's data, so it's more reflective of your rank or your rating or your locale, your geography. And now it will suggest it will apply the same formula but on just your personal data.
And you talk about how you made the decision to have databases and how it makes it more cumbersome for you, but some of this stuff, like the actual calculations, that stuff's going on client side, right?
Right. Yeah. All the battle simulations are done on the client side. It's just we have to store the data in the database, right, in the server.
Very, very cool. Any particular things that you see as being challenges in the future? Like, I assume it doesn't really present a major challenge to you when, say, a moveset changes or whatever, because essentially you rely on PvPoke to do the heavy lifting on that, and as long as the information he's giving you is good, then the information you're spitting out should be roughly equally as good, right?
Oh yeah, super thankful to PvPoke and the Pokeminers for doing all that work, hard work. And I'm sure I'm not the only project that's taking advantage of all their work. I think the work that PvPoke does and the Pokeminers, they help all the other projects that take advantage of all this data and information from the game. Yeah, but the advantage of all the work that they're doing is, as soon as they have the data, this site is pretty much ready to go for any new cup, any league, any new Pokemon or moveset.
Would you say that I mean, obviously you know what you're doing here, but like that the work that's being done on this is deceptively simple at a certain point where it's like it's presenting a lot of complicated information, but like it's more self-sustaining as long as nothing completely weird happens?
I think the biggest challenge going forward is keeping it up to date. So, like for example, I respect Matt a lot for how diligently he keeps all his databases up to date and how he syncs with the Pokeminers so often. Like I think in all the seasons that I've gotten the data from him, it's never been more than a day. Like if a new Pokemon comes out, the moment the app is updated, it's up on his website within a day. So he works really hard on that. I don't know if I'm able to match his diligence, but that's going to be the hardest. Like for example, this level 40 to level 50 level cap increase, or the XL Pokemons. So these are the things that add the complication to this website and what makes it grow.
Right. Yeah. So after the XL candy part comes out, once you figure out a method to deal with that, do you see any other specific challenges on the horizon that you see being a particularly big deal, or is that just you'll know it when you see it? I mean, obviously, if something crazy happened like the purified bonus against shadows, that would be a huge I don't know if it'd be a meta shift, but it'd be kind of a seismic shift in the way that you select teams.
Yeah, pretty much any kind of change that that Niantic does to either the Go Battle League or how Pokemon play in the PvP battles, all those affect all these tools that our sites make, whether it's my site or PvPoke. Like even simple things like them changing the rankings. Like we had up to rank 10 before, but now when they go up to rank 24, and then if they say rank 1 to 20 is not
Right.
rated, all that stuff propagates to all our projects.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, that gives you more layers of data, that some of which is potentially meaningless to filter through. But wow.
It's fun stuff. It's fun stuff. I'm glad I have this as a hobby, and I'm glad that it's helped me meet so many of you cool guys.
It's debatable how cool I am. I'm the boomer of the group, but I try to fit in.
At least it helps me feel better that I'm not the only weirdo.
Oh man. What else can what I see that obviously you've got the support this site, and you've talked about some of your folks that you have that are helping you through Patreon. Is Patreon pretty much the main thing, or it is Patreon, right?
It's not Patreon.
Oh, it's not Patreon.
It's Stripe.
Stripe.
I didn't go with Patreon because Patreon is more friendly for people who make content like YouTube video streamers and such, because then you on their website you support them on Patreon, but it unlocks something on Patreon itself. But my site is not on Patreon, and I don't have a link to a YouTube channel somewhere else.
Right.
My content is here on the site, so I needed a way to unlock content on my site itself. And so that's why I went with Stripe. So what happens is if you support the site, then it automatically tells the database that this guy is a cool guy, very generous, and then all the features will be unlocked. Everything that I use here will be all yours also to use on your personal data.
Awesome. Anything that you have kind of on the list of things that are on your crazy bucket list, but you might only be able to do if you're able to get a certain level of support?
I think that will depend on what people ask for. So like earlier, I have a threshold for a number of requests I get, and if I see many people asking the same thing, then it's a good sign that it's something valuable. But on my bucket list, I think one of the things that you checked off today is being on your podcast, because now I can, hopefully this is recorded and I can show my kids that this is the height of my fame. This is the greatest point of my Pokemon Go career. And you can tell your friends now your dad is on Jiggly Dad's.
Oh man. Well, I don't know how amazing and accomplished that is, but I have been lucky to have some pretty great people on here. So you're in good company, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I know you've said that you're kind of allergic to Twitter, which I don't blame you at all. What's the best way for people to give you feedback? Is it through your Discord, or are there other ways that you like to receive feedback?
I receive DMs on Twitter. So if you want to reach me on Twitter, you can tweet me. Otherwise, my email is here on the website, so you can email me also. It's I'm not allergic to Twitter. It's just that I haven't figured out how to use it. I tried very early on when it came out, and I would type something thinking I'm really smart. But then when I look back at it, I'm like, okay, I don't want to. Maybe Twitter is not for me.
I would argue that Twitter is not for a lot of people, but maybe you can come up with some sort of data-driven algorithm to make Twitter a better place to be. It's certainly rife with data. I think that you can get access to stuff through an API, right?
I think so, yeah.
Make Twitter less toxic. Yeah, if you could make Twitter less toxic, then you would be even more my hero. Well, it has been a pleasure. Is there anything else that you wanted to make sure we let people know before we sign out? It looks like I've taken about 3.5 hours of your time, so I don't want to. I know that it's not as late for you as it is for me. I might actually dig in and start doing some of my GBLs and see if I can make use of my newfound knowledge.
Oh yeah, so thanks a lot for having me on this podcast, and thanks to also YTX for introducing us. This has been awesome, and I so I was joking earlier. Your listeners might not know this, but I think of you as the Joe Rogan of Pokemon Go podcasting.
If I were able to get to the Joe Rogan level, I'd be quite happy. The closest I'll come is I'll probably have the fancy pull down mic and I'm gonna have
Yeah,
I don't know if you
Jamie, are you gonna get a Jamie?
yeah. So we'll see. You know, the production value is going to be ramping up. Hopefully, we can do more
Nice.
things. I like to think that we did justice to your site here. I'm glad that we found a way that we could put it all up on the screen and only a little bit of distraction from my ugly mug in the corner. But it has been a pleasure, and as I get more questions, I'm sure that we will continue to speak. So I wish you the best of luck in developing this, and I look forward to both using it and seeing how it continues to grow, because it's already got so many things that I wouldn't have even realized it had. I'm sure that you've got more tricks up your sleeve. So, how many of you have actually used this tool before? How many of you are new to it? What do you think? Are you going to use it now that you've seen this? I know you've probably seen me use it a couple times. I was certainly trying to use it on Boomer Stream. Oh, Scientisty's here. You spelled your name wrong. Oh, maybe his mic.
Should I change that?
I mean, maybe. I mean, probably. All right. So, let's see. What are they telling us today about the Ultra League Premier meta? If I don't put in any of my own data that I've already done, let's see what kind of anti-meta teams it's going to generate for us today. Gallade for anti-meta, anti-lead.
Oh, that's the best team.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a team, but yeah, it definitely seems hyped on Gallade. Surfetched. Kingdra. Wait, suggested team: Gallade, Ampharos, Magnezone.
Wait, so is there a way to how do you do this again? So because I just purchased it because I know you're terrible at recording the team, so I could do that. And it'll also help me as well.
You're gonna record them for me, so I don't even have to?
I could. You don't have to.
Wow, that's amazing. So you're
I don't know where I go to do this. Yeah, the anti-meta generator, because I'm on that, but then it wants me to enter a team and then my battles, because I don't have any previously logged battles, because I just bought it.
You know, I thought if I didn't put anything in, it was basing it on a clean slate, but maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not.
Let's see.
Because I know you guys just went over it.
Right. Let's see if we go to
secret menu.
We should have pulled you in before we let go of him, right?
Yeah. Well, it's
man. You changed the spelling even more. Cynatisty.
Yeah, sigh, like a sigh, you know.
You're feeling exasperated.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Exactly.
So you think it's not going to give you anything? Suggested teams.
Well, I could share my screen. You don't have to. Obviously, you don't need to put it up. But
right.
Like, so this is what I'm seeing. So I just go to here, right, and then it wants me to put in my team and my battles, and I go to the anti-meta generator, and it just says select your.
All right, but so scroll all the way down.
Okay. So just like all this button. Okay, I didn't check this. I didn't know there was this. I didn't know.
Yeah, that's what I was clicking.
Okay. I'm new. You're Mewtwo armored. Ooh, look at that. So and 2 Mewtwo armor.
I know that you posted a question about whether there was like a little list of the shortcuts, but they're not shortcuts. I guess they're just kind of like logic. It's matching logic.
Yeah, it's
So it's
just
like
logic.
it's
Yeah.
just the
hmm
closest match. So I think that it's whatever your imagination can come up with. But Two Arms is definitely my favorite.
Yeah, I figured. I guess I figured that out after I asked the question. I just didn't know if there was like a glossary or something of all the shorthands. But I guess, yeah, it's just whatever. That makes sense. Um, this is interesting. So this is all based on the data that's been collected for today,
Right.
or
Yeah.
um, is this like open or?
Depends on what you have selected at the top. I think. If do you have?
Oh, Premiere. I see. Yeah. Because you play Premiere too, right? Yeah.
I
Gallade.
do.
Yeah, Gallade. So it's the same thing. Okay.
Let's see. Select or pick some teams for me that can lean on something that I actually have. Driftblim is on some of these teams. Only Driftblim, Crustle, Alolan Golem. What does that look like? Wait, that's not the one.
That doesn't sound right.
That looks pretty bad. That looks like a problem. Yeah.
Maybe like maybe like do you have a Surf Fetch?
Not made.
But you do have a Typhlosion made? Maybe not. I don't think you have a Kingdra either. Oh, you do?
A Typhlosion? Yeah, I do.
Okay, do you have a Kingdra?
I don't think so, but I think last time I checked, they're pretty damn expensive. Let's see.
Well, the thing that he was saying, right, is that no matter how many times you use this thing, like for Ultra League in particular, you're always going to be hard countered in the lead at least once or twice or however many times, because it's so the meta is just so dynamic.
Right. I don't know which. I don't know how much either. I have two Great League Kingdras. Oh, that one would be just slightly XL. Maybe it's more viable than it was before.
As someone that plays Kingdra, I'll tell you right now that the IVs do matter.
Right, but even if and this one's like seriously oh, look at this one. This one's a $24.99 at level. God, I don't know what.
Oh jeez.
It's probably pretty good, but maybe not.
You need resources.
Yeah, right. Horsies. That one water spawn point in the back of my house should be just fine to get me enough of those, right?
Yeah, just drown your house on OpenStreetMap.
Yeah, that'll come through quickly. That will come through so quickly. Let's see. Do any of these teams like Berserker? I bet they don't because it doesn't lean on XL versions.
Okay, what about
Spice
Gallade
teams with Zebstrika and Shadow Gyarados and Shadow Venusaur? That would be spicy as hell.
Wait, you have a Rapidash, right?
An ultra. Well, I mean, I have a perfect one that I'm walking for best buddy, but it's not as good of a Rapidash as it would have been before the changes. Like I'd have.
Well, I mean, so you haven't invested in it at all.
I mean, only to get it. I tend to do its buddy battles in Great League, and I did a really bad job with my buddies yesterday.
Oh dang. Okay. Well. Because I was gonna say the Rapidash team could be interesting, but I don't know. I mean, something that's just super solid would be nice too. Like you have Venusaur and Crustle, right? So you could do like a Venusaur Crustle core with something. I think actually, let me see here. No, is this it? Might have been Dragonite. Oh, it was Empoleon. Do you have Empoleon in Ultra League?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could just do like Venusaur, Crustle, Empoleon. I think Empoleon's a safe swap and Crustle's a closer. I know you were like he was saying safe swap to you, and yesterday you were like, I was telling you like what's your safe swap, and you're like you use all these words all the time.
No, I know what they
I
are.
know you know
just
what they
like
are,
I don't.
but it's like
It's funny because I don't really always think in that way. Like I did more when I started, but
right. It's just I don't know. I know you know what they are. It's just like
I know. I'm just here to
that's
troll you.
yeah, that's fair. I had a feeling that's what it was, but I think that's a super solid team if you want to use that, because it's like it has Venusaur. So if we put it into PvPoke, right, and not look at the anything like the details or anything, just in terms of like the bulk and the consistency or whatever. Let's see.
Catdirg appreciates the no hat Jiggly, eh? What can I say? It's a little bit more doable with the way that my lighting is and my camera. Early days, it was an ugly sight. I can definitely say.
Let's see here.
XL Rapidash. Holy cow, that would be expensive as.
Yeah, yeah, it would. So in Premiere, it's well, that's interesting. It's saying it's not insanely good, but it's weird. The consistency's an A. It struggles against Machamp, Sirfetch'd, Escav, but it's like it seems balanced. So I don't know.
It's
Why is
loving.
it?
It's loving Venusaur on like all these teams. It's
Oh
good.
yeah, no, Venusaur's great. I'm trying to think about what I saw yesterday. I saw
I don't even know
a
what
whole.
my Venusaur is.
I saw a lot of Abomasnow yesterday. I can actually also here. Hi, Catdirg, what's up? I can also here. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go to other streams as well and collect data too from there.
What a guy. He's collecting data. He is helping the cause.
I'm
What
gonna
a
go to
jump.
Tommy Love, our good friend Tommy Love. There we go. Bam. Because I have all the sites muted anyways, or just the tabs, because we learned that from Shagness. But I
Well,
kind of knew about it.
supposedly if you have more than 3 tabs open, it doesn't count any of your.
It doesn't
viewers.
count as a viewership. Yeah. No, I only have 3 open at a time, usually.
Yeah. So,
Right now I'm slacking. I only have 2. I have you and Tommy. Sorry, what?
No, just so Venusaur is the current hotness, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it? I'm trying to think. So my team that I was running with Driftblim, Berserker, and what was my third? I'm trying to remember. What was my third? I should be able to tell that. I should also change my title, but my entire setup is weird now. It's I updated my OBS and I no longer have the Twitch stuff. So if you want to update my title, you can say that we are doing GBLs trying to use Go Battle Log, but obviously we're not interviewing anymore. Ferrothorn. I do have a Hundo Ferrothorn. I don't know. I think I'd have to. Of course, Ferrothorn's another thing you look at, and like, there's no way to make XL candy for that right now. Like all those events we had with the freaking Pharaoh seeds, it's like, is Shiftry on any of these lists? I keep inching my Shiftry up. How does Shiftry compare to Venusaur in this current climate?
Shiftry, it's not very good because of the Abomasnow increase. Well, you saw my battles, right? I don't know how much you were paying attention, but but
There were other things going on. If you didn't notice, there were other
there were
other
there were
distractions.
no there were
Abineth
but
had me going down the rabbit hole.
no, it was a fun rabbit hole, but I mean, oh shoot, I forgot to look at Tommy Love. Shoot, he's starting the battle. He's using Magneton too. He was using Magnet Hole yesterday, and he got up to 2700.
Magnet hole.
Yeah, he was using Kingdra lead with Magneton and Magnezone. I think that worked out well for him. Right now he's doing pretty well. Kingdra is definitely OP. Oh, it's a shiny Slowbro. So cool. Okay, I need to like watch this back.
Tommy has a shiny Slowbro, or his opponent?
No, he's going against a shiny Slowbro in Ultra League. That's crazy. Purple.
I have a rank 30 Ultra Farfetch that I haven't made yet. What is that? That's wrong.
Yeah, Magneton license. Double steel in the back, with like identical movesets, like the same typing for the movesets. It's actually kind of crazy. It beats a lot of the meta. It beats the double Charmer. Beats the double Dragon. Beats quite a few things.
So I feel like my investment in some of my stuff, like Berserker and the like, it's hard for me to fit it into. Oh, there is Berserker. Venusaur, Berserker, Shadow Charizard. Do I have a Shadow Charizard? I gotta see what this looks like. I mean, I have a Shadow Charizard. I don't have it powered up. Do you not have a Shadow Charizard?
Do I not?
Yeah.
I definitely don't. Oh, he's battling.
No, I actually
Oh,
don't
you do?
either. I don't have one because I remember I was saving it for Blast Burn instead.
Okay. He's battling I Cannot Be Tamed. That's who has the shiny. I've battled him before. Yeah, he led with it. Okay.
Tangrowth.
Kingdra. So Slowbro in the lead. Slowbro with a Swampert.
Wrecked by Dragonite, which I see all the time.
I mean, this might not help you though, because like he said,
right, the levels.
It's a completely different game.
Yeah.
It's totally different. Yeah. Magnezone. Tommy, did he do okay? What happened?
Shadow Muck? What the hell? Shadow Muck? Who's running Shadow Muck? There's no way.
I don't know.
That's really interesting. Are these the
he's still
team?
battling.
Spice
Oh, he's going against Fly Eagles now. Okay. Swampert. Fly Eagles.
Oh gosh, Shadow Muck would be so expensive. Jeez. Holy cow.
I totally missed that first battle.
You're not even battling and you're having trouble logging it. Now you understand. It's so hard.
Well, it's hard when like I don't know. I was trying to figure out Tommy's team and then like what the opponent's team was, because I don't even know if I think this is a swap in because he's on his Magneton.
Honchkrow, Venusaur, Tangrowth.
What did he have? Oh gosh, this is terrible for Tommy.
Oh my
I think
goodness.
he's just gonna lose right here.
Honchkrow, Venusaur, Tangrowth gets wrecked by a lot of stuff. Jeez. That's spicy as F. Barrowthorn, Shadow Electivire, Shadow Gyarados. Jeez.
Tommy's gonna lose.
Let's blacklist Shadow Gyarados.
Just shields this.
Gyardo. Does that work? Gyardo?
Gyardo, maybe.
Let's see if that works.
Oh yeah, there's no way. He doesn't even know what's in the back. Oh no.
What's going on, Pawana1? Welcome in. We are just rank 1 for Magneton is the same now. Yeah. Oh, and Great and Ultra League. I've thought about Magneton? Magneton as opposed to Magnezone. I would love to make a Magneton.
Yeah, no, that's what Tommy's been using.
Oh.
Tommy's been using Magnet Hole, which is Kingdra, Magneton, and Magnezone. Both of them in the same team. So if you lose to a fighter in the back, and that's what he just won against, it's a fighter in the back. You just lose.
I have a Shadow Magneton. I have 2 Magnetons that are Great League level that are built. One that was bad. That's old. And then I have some that I could evolve. Basically, we just did an interview with the guy who makes this website, Go Battlelog, and I am trying to use some of the features that I didn't really use before in terms of looking at the team building part of it. Like, I was more just looking at the log part and kind of like general suggestions. I didn't really understand the fact that it would give you this information like PvPoke style, and just kind of trying to look at some different things. It's a little challenging because some of the stuff I've built is XL and actually bucks some of these numbers because these don't include the XLs. You want to evolve your Magneton, but if I drive to the nearest stop, my phone... Oh, that's right. You have to be by a magnetic lure. I forgot about that. I can't even... What is this one? This Magneton I built. Oh, God, that's gross. That's a really bad Magneton.
Oh.
Here's a rank 66 Ultra League at one point, but I'm sure at this point it's not.
But the thing with Magneton, though, is that you need the XLs. So it's just like... But not for Magnezone, though, I guess. If you want to build a Magnezone... Do you not have a Magnezone?
Well, no, I don't have an Ultra League Magnezone.
Ultra League... Oh, you don't have one yet? Okay. Yeah, yeah.
No. And so I would either have to power up one and build... Oh, wow, this one's actually... Well, it's pretty good, probably. I don't know exactly where that ranks in the New World Order. Oh, it's still not... It doesn't need XLs. Magnetons need XLs, though. How much do Magnetons...
You need a lot. So much, I checked. It's so much.
How did you manage to get all these Magneton candies?
No, it wasn't Tommy. Tommy doesn't have an XL. He has his Hundo that he's been using.
Oh. God.
Yeah, it's already pre-powered up. It's like 2475, I think, is the max CP. But yeah, he doesn't have any XL, so he just used his Hundo.
Did you say he has a purified Hundo?
He has a purified Hundo. I think that's the one he uses. He ran into double fairy just now, and hopefully he wins because his team is built to win. I think it does. I think he wins.
Venusaur, Drifblim, Magnezone. Like I should block Magnezone just because I'm probably not gonna build one, right?
Oh.
Magdo,
Magno.
Magnado.
Oh,
that doesn't-
wow. Wow. 1 HP. Okay. Yeah. So,
Oh, wait, the purified Pokemon use half the XL candy? Or not, is it not half?
I don't
Or
know.
do they use any?
I don't know.
Or, like, I don't even, how does that work? Let's see. Purified. I've never
I'm not sure
even
about
thought
that.
about it. Let's look at my Manga Zone.
I mean-
Not half, but discounted amount. I didn't pay attention to my Sableye when I did it. Where is my Grimer? I haven't made my Grimer. Oh, I almost have enough XL candy because it's purified to power it up one level. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Oh, he had a Drifblim in the back. Okay. Yeah, he loses that.
Is that the only maxed out purified thing I
There we
have? Probably.
I think Tommy is done with the magnet hole.
It was a failed
That was
experiment.
pretty
Okay, so
quick.
you get a 10%. Is it a 10% discount on XL candy? Is that what it is? I always remember.
Possibly.
I always thought it was just dust you got the discount on. I didn't think that you got a candy discount, but for XL candy, I guess you do. One XL candy, 272 instead of 286 or
Wow.
96 to max it out. Yikes.
That's like 2 extra candies you don't need. Or no. It's a lot more than that, but
It's a lot.
it pretty much feels like 2.
It's crazy how many certain things I have now because of the event. Like, I think I have so many Spheal XL candies. 100 XL candies for Spheal, and I wasn't even like grinding. And you don't even need them for Spheal, of course. If you get a lucky purified mon, you save both dust and candy. Oh yeah, right.
I mean,
Exactly.
24 candies versus, I guess that's 2,400 candies, but
And you can lucky you can lucky trade Skarmory. Unfortunately, I already have a 98% lucky Skarmory. I'm on my way to building. If I were to go down that road, I think it would be a whole lot of feels bad.
he's trying a different team. Yeah.
Oh,
I'll save
there's
these battles.
a Drifloon. Oh, give me that candy.
Nice. I don't know if
I
I don't
this
know
one
if
probably
pineapping has
won't.
an effect.
I'm told it does not.
Okay.
It's
I
crazy
don't
now.
know.
Drifloon Pog, exactly. I feel like this makes me want to drop some freaking incense, honestly. All right, let me see. Let me see if I pull the plug on my dongle if I stay connected here. I hope I do.
Saving battles. So he
No,
saw
I lost it. Damn it. All right.
generate anti-meta team.
Quit yanking on your. I'm sorry. I know I should save that for after the stream. The yanking on the dongle. I apologize. License to Draw wants me to not yank on my dongle. Oh man! All right, I think we got one XL candy out of that tiny little Drifloon. So now when there's certain weather boosts, I'm just gonna want to drop incense all the time when it's not when it's not an event, of course. Non-event incense hype, folks.
I'm just trying to think, like, I guess maybe maybe the team that I was telling you, the Venusaur team, isn't amazing because of all the Obama snows I saw yesterday.
Right. I didn't see a ton of Obama snows, but I could
That
see where that
was
would be
th-
an issue.
that was before I started battling. I think there's an influx now. I don't know if anyone created a video or anything, but
you
I
have
think people just know.
you have
Huh?
you have reflux? Is that what you're saying?
Reflux.
Yeah. No, that's not what you
In
said.
no.
Oh, I need to re-enter my teams because I cleared my data. I had to clear my cache and my data so that I could buy the stupid Kanto thing and the stupid Mr. Rhyme thing because it wasn't showing up in my game. I had to clear my freaking data, which drives me crazy because now I have to re-enter parties.
Well, Tommy actually switched to open. Did you? Do you want to stick with Premiere, or do you think it's too RPSy, or too RPS?
I don't have a strong preference. I mean, I made some stuff just like
For
I've been
Premiere, yeah.
yeah. I mean, I've been kind of investing in my berserkers and
Oh, do you want a Berserker team? We could try that. We'll try
It
that.
seemed like it was giving very weird options. It was giving me like
Yeah, not great options for Berserker because it doesn't lean towards the best buddy stuff. Like I said.
yeah.
I don't even. How do you spell Berserker? Because I can't even find it.
PERR.
Thought so.
You remember that viewer who told you F's? What? Are there XL Obamas running around? I mean, not many. I do. Oh man, I have a Snover nest in like the cornfield near my house. It's not one I can walk, so I get I get like 1 or 2 Snovers on the way home each day.
Yeah, I do remember that. Cat Dirk. That was funny. I do remember that. Yeah, we were just like, whoa. Well, settle down there. Ah, dang, you just got wrecked in open. Okay. I'm thinking maybe like Empoleon lead is super solid, but then you have double steal. So, like, what do you have? I guess, I mean, if you want to follow the ABB formula, you could have Empoleon in the back and then have like Gallade lead, and then that would be the ABB format. But I don't know. I don't know how that would work.
Delayed Berserker.
With a Gallade or a Berserker closer with an Empoleon safe switch.
Are you trying to get me to switch which positions they're in, or you're just trying to get me to think?
No. That's the correct position. That's usually where I have my closer. I usually have my closer on the top. I don't know where you like to have your closer. I don't know if it matters for you.
Snovers of the Corn Kit are licensed to draw. Yes, indeed. All right. Why don't we just? Even
Or
though
you could
what's that?
you could have Snorlax instead of Empoleon. Do you think Snorlax is a better safe swap, or I'm just trying to think about it from like in terms of like battling, doing my sets earlier yesterday. I'm trying to remember like if Snorlax like worked for a bit. I feel like Empoleon.
I assume I
Wait,
need to put superpower back on it.
yeah. Maybe Empoleon is the better option. I mean, we could try that. We could try the Empoleon team if you wanted. What say you, Jiggly?
I'll go for it. We'll go for Gallade, Berserker, and Empoleon. Even though we were trying to use the tool, I think that we're acknowledging the limitations of the tool. And I need to put my Berserker in my best buddy slot, so I actually
Good.
get a little bit.
Good
of
job
a
remembering.
boost
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now
there. All
he's
these best buddies. The other thing that, in case nobody's ever noticed, I know people have noticed, but if you have something best buddied, it will actually charge you the cost for the higher level if there's a difference. So like if you have a level 40 and you put it in your best buddy slot, it'll charge you like an extra candy rather than doing it while it's not in your best buddy slot. So don't do that, kids. Don't do that, kids at home.
Don't do that.
All right, I guess I need to throw my screen up on your
Jerker.
side for you to not coach.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, for sure. Escav, Amok, Obstacle. Interesting. Okay.
All right.
Okay. So this
All
is.
right, are you entering my teams now? Okay, Gyarados.
Yes, I am.
Gyarados.
Frick.
This is.
I guess this is good. I mean, it's like meh for you.
I mean, I can't really get hit by a crunch, right?
Right. Well, even if you do, it doesn't like super duper hurt. Like you'll still be okay. And Leaf Blade hurts a lot. That was visual. But Gyarados.
Does Leaf Blade really
Nate-
hurt that much? I know that when I used to play Gyarados
It does.
in Ultra League, like
Watch.
you could tank a
No.
Frenzy planted like half from a
Check this
Venusaur?
out. Look at the attack stat from Gallade. He might even shield it because he's scared.
Okay.
Yeah, attack stat's insane. Well, I guess you just throw your Leaf Blade.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth wasting the swap on it.
Like the swap. Maybe it was, because then you deny him farm. But if you just go straight into your Empoleon, but
Do I want to be on Empoleon now, though? I don't think I do. I think I'd rather be on Berserker, right?
I don't think either or is fine. I mean, if you like, your closer is usually what you want to save for the back. But if you want to bring it out now, because we don't know what he has in the back. But I guess if he switches, you just switch.
Right.
And you just instantly switch.
Ketterg having to explain to License to Draw what's going on here. Oh, man.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that's a good shield, and then you just switch, I guess.
Do I, though? I don't think I switch.
Or you could foul play. But by doing this, you're letting him build up energy. That's what I'm scared about. Like, you can switch here, because, like... Okay. But you're letting him build up to those Frenzy Plants faster for your back matchup. So, there's no way you're going to charge up to a foul play anyway on that thing. So, he might get to double Frenzy Plant. Yeah. I think you're at a drill pick right now, so if you undercharge or undertap, I think you're fine. Yeah. But I feel like if you switched right when the Venusaur came in, you would have been in a safer spot.
Right.
Because he would have only gotten one in, and that would have been a lot better for you. Whoa, he's in a mirror match. Okay. Oh, he went back to...
Did you put Did you put in my battle, or should I? Put
I did.
It in?
No. I put it in.
All right.
Yes, I did. I recorded everything.
Utopia Master 91. What is that outfit? Oh, he's wearing the
Sierra.
Sierra outfit. That's interesting. Oh,
Yeah.
Gallade versus Gallade. Shinies do more damage. Damn it.
Yeah, you're at a bit of a disadvantage here, but it's okay.
I don't think I'm in a good spot here. Because he looks like he's hitting some breakpoint or something. I should have probably tried to sneak in a confusion.
I don't think he's hitting a breakpoint. I just think that his just happens to be worse IVs for PvP. Like, I don't think it's intentional.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about the intentional part. It just seemed
Oh,
like
right.
he was going to.
Ooh, yikes! You're good. You're still. I think this Incinerate will kill you, maybe. No, it doesn't. That's awesome.
I don't think there's any question there.
Yeah, no, this is great though.
I take this,
You're
right?
you're sitting pretty. I think you might want to shield, cause the blast burn does hurt,
Yeah.
and you don't know what he has in the back.
That's kind of gross.
But I guess it's good that you didn't shield, cause then, like, you save the shield for this. I think he's gonna, yeah. I think he's gonna double up on you, and you win CMP. Electivire is the best closer in Ultra League,
Rip. Oh,
according to PvPoke.
did my best buddy just manage to tank that? Nice. That's sweet.
But you had to fire a move right away, either one. I think you can do this because I think he dies to a single move. Let's see. No, he doesn't. I thought he was farmed down.
That crazy incinerate damage. All right.
Shadow Electivire.
Note to self: don't try and tank blast burn unless you really need to.
Yeah, the blast burn. Like, I don't know how much it. I guess it kind of matters because I think the neutral damage with Empoleon hurts regardless, and then you probably could have farmed down with the Berserker, maybe? Breloom. Whoa.
Go ahead, stay in. I like it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
This is gonna be a seed bomb. Just let it go.
Probably.
That's me. That's terrible.
Wait, what happened? Oh, jeez.
Freaking Togekiss just swapped and made me look dumb.
But he gave up Switch, so that's good.
Yeah. This is probably not going to be a flamethrower, but so many aerial aces on these things now.
I think foul play just still hurts though.
I don't think it hurts much, but
Attack stats high, and I don't know. It does more damage than you think. Maybe you can even farm down. I think you can.
It's certainly my hope.
Yep. Scary part is the Breloom. Fire move. Gosh.
No.
I hope that I don't think that kills. Try to get off a second one if you can. Maybe. Oh. Try to get a second. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was a little scary.
Right. I'm assuming at this point I just fast move down.
I think you have to call a bait. Ooh. Okay. Or you just call the move straight up. Yeah. Hydro. Yeah. Just making sure you don't forget your typings.
I know. I just.
I know that you get nervous. That's why I'm saying it. Oh, shoot.
Hmm.
Does he get there? Oh, I think he does.
Crap.
Oh,
Brownies.
maybe?
Nope.
I think it's because.
It was because of my slowness on the.
Yeah. Or no, it was a slowness on Breloom too. There were
Yeah.
some slow
There
things,
was
but
some much slowness. Does that mean I should run a slow bro?
no, I think you would do worse with confusion because it's just really hard to master. I struggle with confusion myself. I know a lot of people do.
My PvP Academia. Welcome in. I know that from somewhere. Is that a podcast, I think? Welcome in. Good to have you.
The only confusion user that's not awkward is Skelly. For some reason. Polion.
Yeah, I know My Hero Academia is an anime, but I'm pretty sure I know that name from the community.
I do too. He's gonna call a bait. Smart. I guess you force a shield here. You're gonna lose this matchup. Okay. I like this. I don't like that.
Right. That's.
I don't know if you needed to swap out, but I guess he shields, so that's positive. I don't die that.
You would have just stuck it out because he's gonna get the Thunder Punch so soon.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that was not. That was not it, Chief.
Clearly not.
I guess you just wait, and then you go
I think I just have to
right,
try
and then you can sack
that's
on the
pretty much
third,
all,
which is like
but
right when your timer comes up, or you
I
hit the
don't-
move,
It wasn't there. It was
which is no. This is also good.
right. No, the switch wasn't even there.
Maybe you can. Oh gosh,
I tried.
you tried, but he's not a focus blast, so I guess he's just gonna thunder punch you. I guess he was just trying to CMP you there. You have like nothing left.
That's right. I should have
Switched.
El Saccoed.
Because now you don't even know it's in the back.
It's irrelevant.
So I think the lesson there is to always build up to 2 close combats, throw the first one, or you could even build up to 2 close combats and throw a Leaf Blade then, because I feel like if you throw a Leaf Blade when you're not at 2 close combats, they're less likely to shield,
Right.
like he just did. But if you throw at 2, he's like, oh gosh, he has a lot of energy.
We're up against Ku. Everybody knows Ku.
Oh. I'm sorry, Chico.
That's rough.
I mean, you could save switch.
I was trying. It's lagging. It's what the hell? That was slow. All right.
Now, the thing with this matchup,
I
right?
want to wait for superpowers, right?
He's probably waiting for superpowers. He doesn't want to throw probably right away at you. I don't think.
Right. What? I don't know.
Maybe he.
I think the first one's a body slam.
Usually,
No,
right?
it's an earthquake. So much for
Gosh.
that.
Well,
Oh lordy.
now we just.
Now we just flat out lose because they've got a freaking Zard.
But I guess the positive here is that you don't have to go close combat.
Yeah.
And you can just get energy for a little bit. And then you can Leaf Blade at 2 Leaf Blades.
Zard is gonna wreck me though.
But then you can close combat it and do like a little combo move. You can close combat it and then go into your. Oh, okay. No combo move. Just kidding. I guess the combo move here is to switch into your berserker immediately.
I don't think there's any combo move. I think I'm just dead in the water.
No, there's a combo move. If
I have to call
what if you
this
no
a-
shield?
I have to call this a dragon claw.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is. Yeah, good job. So,
Oh.
yeah, you had to do that. See, he was scared. See, because he had this thing, and you threw way too early.
I know. I'm in trouble.
This is not.
This is
You
rough.
need to build up, sir.
This is rough,
It's gonna punish you for that one.
right?
Here comes the night slash. Gosh.
Don't punish me, sir. Don't punish me.
Boost. No, I'm just kidding. Farm to.
Oh, this is actually what I want, isn't it?
Not.
To throw this on the Charizard before.
Wait, did you switch?
Oh, I thought the
You didn't switch.
Charizard came in. I thought I saw.
No. No. Get the.
Oh, why? Did I have to undertab? You think?
Yes, that's what I was telling you to do. Okay, so the lesson there. I guess I just need to have the Google Doc up too.
Thank
The
you
lesson
for the
there.
follow, BTW Nexus.
The lesson there is to
Not be bad.
no. The lesson
Look at
there.
this horrible elo.
Oh
Look at that,
jeez,
that's gross.
it's not horrible.
It's terrible.
It's not. So do I save the session and then go like less than 200 or 2000 or what do I do?
Oh, I think you can. I don't know.
I'll do that. Cuz it's all documented, right?
That's what he said.
For like yeah.
Lesson is to
Okay.
manage your energy better. The lesson is to just be good.
Well, the lesson no. That is the lesson. That is one of the lessons.
Rustle. This is
Okay.
very weird matchup. Oh wait, is he smackdowning?
I think so. I wasn't really looking. Because I'm putting in teams right now. And also, yeah, oh, he switched into a Charizard with Dragon Breath. Is there a way to denote that?
Yeah, you just type in the move after the name. You type in like char space, Dragon Breath or something. Holy cow.
Char Space Dragon Breath? I don't.
It
That came up
It
with
might be
really?
dragon underscore breath. I don't know. Or DB. I don't really know.
These are the questions.
These are the questions. Yes.
Dang it. I could just ask YTX, I guess.
True. YTX, what's going on?
Is he in here?
No. I'm just saying the way you phrased that made it sound like he was just right here to ask.
Yeah.
I don't
Boomers.
think we let this go.
Boomer was the one that gave the tips. Frick. Dang. Yeah.
I think I have energy still.
Mm-hmm. Good. Even if that went through, you're fine. I feel like you just needed to leave Blade here. Like, the close combat wasn't necessary. Look how much health he has.
Gross.
But that's better for you because you get more farm. You got a shield, right?
I don't know. I'm thinking whatever he's got in the back.
It's gonna
is
chunk you though.
Probably.
You're gonna be at 1 HP. You're gonna be at 1 HP before you even see the back, I guess. But Crystal.
This team plays pretty weird, I have to say.
This one?
Yeah, because it has double close combat or double debuff fighting moves. So I don't know how well.
Oh yeah, the Berserker and the Gallade don't pair well.
No.
I think
Nope. I forgot that was even back there.
it's a faster move. Okay.
There you go. We're YouTube. Yeah, there we go. Yes.
What was the
Look at
team? Gosh, I
it was
Crystal,
Dragon
Charizard,
Breath, Zard, Empoleon.
Empoleon.
Right?
Thank you. Now I know.
Aren't you guys Midwest? I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Northwest Indiana near Chicago. He's in Cali. Scientist is in Cali.
Scientist.
All right. So what on earth could I put in the lead that would be less weird like that?
Yeah, Boomer's just restating what I said.
A different,
I think
a different confusion user. I don't even know. I have my crazy.
No,
What?
Mr.
No?
Mime.
No,
No, Mr. Mime.
My
Executor.
I mean, I have an Executor. I have my Golduck.
Don't use the Golduck. I saw you eyeing the Golduck. Don't do it.
Golduck is great. I have. Oh man, I have
Well-
a Slowking that's not. Wait, is it built? It is, or no? It's not. It's not built. It's.
It's
right
Fire
level.
Blast.
Oh wait, it's slow. I don't want Slowking, do I? I want Slow Bro, and I got wrecked. I have multiple Slowkings apparently. Does regular Executor do the job at all? I don't even know if it does really.
You could do like. You could do like. I think a regular Executor's fine, but it's just kind of.
It sounds
Kind of
like
tough.
It sounds like a dubious lead.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, it would wreck some Venusaurs, but
my goal for the lead was just to have it versatile enough so it beats the fighters. Because we need something that beats the fighters, obviously, in the lead with double steals in the back.
let's just give it a go because Gallade definitely was too weird for me to have double
Okay.
debuff action going on in the same team in the
Okay.
same typing.
So I guess I just log that too.
All right, this is. The crunch probably feels pretty bad, man. But
Yeah, why did you no shield that?
I was hoping it was a Aquatail. I'm optimistic by nature.
Oh gosh,
I know, right?
that's the stuff that gets you killed.
That's a bad result.
You could press the C bomb. It was there.
Yeah, I know exactly. That was interesting. What's happening? What is with this lag? I'm wired right now. Is the wiring killing me?
You're wired? What are you wired on? Mio?
Wired on Meow. Confirmed.
Executor. Executor. There we go. Man. Oh yes. Yes. You could switch. Yeah, good. Cause he probably has another fairy in the back and he's scared. He's scared at this point.
Oh, is he though?
It's
scared?
Gyarados. A Gyarados double fairy. 100%. He's not gonna switch because he's scared. Yeah, he's scared. He is so scared right now. You don't even know how scared he is of this Pokemon that doesn't even have a steel move. It doesn't even have a steel move. No, you're gonna shield an Aerial Ace? Okay, good. Good job. I was scared.
Oh. Scared
What?
Confirmed. What the hell?
A frost breath lap?
I don't even know what to do here.
I don't know how to document this.
What the hell?
It's air/toe. How do I? Can I get in contact with Aaron? Is he still awake?
I
Oh,
don't
he's
know.
like away from Discord. Hey, Aaron. Is there?
I know.
Hit the. Yeah, good.
This is your scientist. He's gonna make me take my headphones out again. He's
No,
gonna
don't,
make me.
please.
He's gonna
Please.
make
I
me.
just really like. After watching you mud bomb a Gyarados multiple times, I want to ensure that you do the right thing, you know?
Who do you think you're talking to? You're talking to the winner of last night's.
Yeah, that's the secret strat. You're right. That is the secret strat
Oh.
for different Pokemon on website.
How I managed to even. I mean, I guess I won because that team was just bad.
It's unconventional for sure.
Toxicroak. Okay, this ought to go well. Delete.
He's staying in? Yeah, you still delete. This doesn't really. This hurts.
Man, this
Doesn't
is
tickle.
laggy. Where is? Show me.
You should probably
Frostbite.
switch though. You should
Yeah, I think I
probably.
should.
You probably should. Or you could have thrown, but you know. Since you waited.
Don't judge me. Don't
I'm not.
you judge me. Don't you dare judge me.
This is for sure awkward for him. But he's just gonna wait the clock here. If you're gonna throw a move on him, throw the foul play, because at least if you land the foul play on the whoa. Yeah, you foul play. Oh gosh. Foul play.
I hear you.
You hear me?
I hear you. I ain't listening.
Yep. You gotta tap the move.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
I don't. Very confused. He's mud bombing you back. Oh, just throw something.
Piece of crap. Jeez.
Okay, well,
Man, this is laggy. This is laggy AF.
it's benefiting you though. So, because he doesn't know how many things you have.
How many
I would
things?
shield because it's okay. You know, you could have tanked another earthquake there, but that was good.
So now they
That's
have
great.
earthquakes? Just because that one person had earthquake, we're thinking they all have earthquakes?
Probably. You never know, you know?
Somebody made a video. The meta is
Someone
shifting.
did. Yeah. The algorithm is shifting.
Now I'm gonna get.
Nah, you're fine.
Toxie, but I don't care.
You farm it down too. Oh! Okay, I don't know how that worked. Dies anyways, but I don't know how that worked. If you were at 1 HP, you lose.
Right.
Kind of crazy.
Cray City.
Cray City.
I do like my Berserker actually being maxed out, which it wasn't. I've not used it at its actual max capacity until tonight.
This is working out pretty well. I don't even think it's like team comps. I think it's just a balanced team. We haven't seen a Abomasnow yet, though. That's what I'm worried
No.
about. Well, we haven't.
No, right, we haven't. But I'm saying, yeah, you're right. But Berserker will shred it.
Berserker will, I guess, yeah. Oh, we haven't seen this either. But you just gotta go.
That's gross.
Mm, Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
He's judging me. He wants me to be using my Empoleon. I understand. I
Hmm.
understand. The question is he going to be kind enough to double shield here?
Probably not. But you will get some damage on it.
And we've got the Charizard taken care of well before
You could bring in.
Exeggutor comes back.
Well, I guess you just bring that in, yeah.
This feels like the blast burn because I think that they know
Yeah.
that they're not gonna get. Oh, wow. Are they
Well.
actually gonna stack or no? It doesn't matter.
No, they just did that to. You could have pretended that it was a blast burn, honestly. Let's just pretend it was.
Pretending indeed. Well, this is not as bad as it could be.
Would have been a lot better with shields. But what if he doesn't know this has a flying move?
I'm
No, he
thinking
does.
that most of the Machombos now.
Do they? You never know. I think he just goes double power whip. Power whip. What if you like do a certain X amount of waterfalls and switch? Oh, or just switch melee. There you go. There you go. Use that too. And now you just sack your guy to the muck. You just sack him. Goodbye. Goodbye, old friend.
Goodbye, little egghead.
Sleep well. Oh, dang. You're getting shields when you're going down. Well, goodbye, little egghead, and goodbye, Empoleon.
Oh.
I guess you don't die from this, but
It's gonna be close. Yeah, not as close as I thought.
no, but there's a Tangrowth in the back. Maybe it's worth undercharging this, but
Could it really?
you gotta keep going. Yeah. Yeah. That was... Well, I mean, it was worth a shot. I mean, it was worth a shot. What chance did you have, really? You know? That's a very negative lead.
For sure.
Aaron just got back to me.
You're a celebrity.
Thanks for tuning in. No.
Oh man, look at the powerful Jiffic Jihijin. There's our Breloom.
Secret menu at the secret menu. Oh, secret menu at the top. That's how you denote it. Okay. Bubble, ice. Oh, if you want to like. Thanks.
Oof. I got super powered, but that's still okay.
Okay, so power whip. Wait a second, I forgot to document this team. What was the team?
Breloom, Snorlax, and we don't know the third yet.
But you're doing well against the Snorlax, I assume.
Yeah. Oh.
air slash flame thrower aerial ace.
Come on, go in. God, I hate playing confusion. Confusion, gross. Get wrecked, drift them.
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked, indeed.
Wait, so oh, you can add comments too? That's kind of cool, to be honest.
It's a geeky tool, huh?
Yeah, it is really geeky. I like it. It's denoted with the same thing that they're normally denoted with too, the hashtag. So like if I I guess I just contact him.
Oh, I thought that the I thought that the Driftblim still was still alive. Barely.
Did you? Oh,
Oh man, 4 out of 5, amazing.
let's
And
go.
there's a Jigglypuff outside. There's an Eevee in my rewards. Suddenly,
Yeah, it was a 4 out of 5. Yeah. Pog.
Okay, it was alive. They quit. Okay, yeah.
Should I? Frick, I don't know how to use this website. Should I?
Were you watching tonight, Scientist? Were you busy?
I
chilling?
was, but I started multiple Go Battle Log tabs, and like, cause we were dipping in MMR and stuff, and so, like, I created multiple like sessions. I feel like I should have just done it all in one thing,
Probably.
and like just deleted cause then like it compiles everything.
Yeah.
Well, now I know.
And knowing's half the battle.
Frost.
Amralmi. Venusaur hype. Get wrecked, clone Venusaur. You suck. Ha 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 ha. Are you gonna stay in and try and sludge bomb me, you crazy psycho?
That is what he's gonna do. This is definitely a sludge bomb. That's what he's telling you.
Psychopath.
He's not a psycho. He's just trying his best out here. You can farm him down though.
Oh.
Oh, just kidding.
Do I shield this or no? I don't even.
I don't think you can tank it.
Yeah, we can if it's a frenzy.
I had a feeling it was a frenzy. Okay, that's good. I just didn't want to say it.
Scientist is such a good Monday morning quarterback. Holy cow. Come on, come on.
I had a feeling it was a frenzy. You know, I'm not good at betting.
You're like
I don't know.
You're a very pessimistic person when it comes to your predictions.
You know, you went the opposite order that you should have on that one, I think, but it's okay.
I didn't think I was gonna get the second psychic, but obviously.
But I guess they shield both of them because they're very scared now because they just got destroyed with their Venusaur. They were definitely close combating you. This is a close combat and a half. Yeah. They're gonna dip into your heart counter, and then you just close combat after they throw at you. Perfect.
Do you guys hear how difficult
job.
Scientist wants me to take my headphones off?
Perfect job. No, this was a good job. Or you could just you definitely want to close combat. I was like thinking maybe foul play, but then why would you do foul play?
He's thinking too hard, folks. He's thinking too hard.
I guess maybe you would have done foul play there
Yeah.
just to not get yourself super debuffed.
But
Is that because this thing one shots your Backmon here? I guess if you wait this out and
I
then
have to be
you like stack swap,
silly.
but it's like very.
Yeah, it's a fail.
That's not good.
No.
I think you. I think you lose. Maybe. The waterfall does go through, so if you live this, you do, and he dies.
Oh wow.
The waterfall
I
goes
was gonna
through.
say I wonder. I bet it could be IV dependent. If he had like a higher attack delayed, it probably kill.
What was his? Oh, Swampert. W. Let's go. Okay, what did Aaron say? He said. Yes,
He
that
said,
should
"Why
work.
weren't you paying attention to Jiggly's stream?"
He did say that. Give it a try. It'll match the Pokemon as you type it. It gave me a Selgor. I don't know why. I think it did that with. Huh?
What were you trying to get?
I was trying to get Lapras with Frost Breath and Skull Bash. Surf and Skull Bash. Here, I'll show him.
Okay, Zard Meganium. What's the third gonna be here? I think I've seen this. Over tapping Jiggly. Damn it, Jiggly. You're an idiot. Oh, why?
That's perfect.
Did he need to Earthquake?
No. Maybe.
Weird.
I don't think so, though.
I don't think so. That seemed weird. Oh, and I miss a bubble.
What was the team?
Zard.
Zard. Okay. Was it like an unusual Zard? Was it like a Dragon Breath Zard? Or what was it?
I don't think so, but you know how well I keep track of that shit. But it doesn't matter. I'm gonna lose hard because they've got a shield and I've got two things that are gonna get wrecked by it.
You don't know that. Could be Dragon Breath.
Swampert, why would you do that? Just to...
You could switch. You gotta switch.
I feel
earlier.
like if I switch, then I'm just gonna get an insta switch to.
Yeah, you are, but that's good. Cause then he probably gets overconfident, and then he tries to farm you down, and then you can psychic him and guarantee a shield, and then you bring in your Berserker. Yeah. Well, I guess this is. Oh, so it's a wing attack. Okay. Let me just denote that real quick.
Charizard, there you go.
What was it?
What was what? Oh, it just had the blast burn, so I'm.
Oh, it has blast burn.
Completely...
Yeah. No, I think he gets farmed down. Good.
This was pointless, honestly.
Maybe you make. No, you don't make it to a second one. There's no way. I mean, if he tries to farm you down, you might. No. Oh. Frick. Oh, I do.
You do what?
I have a space in Aerial Ace. Very nice catch.
You should know your syntax better than that.
I should. My bad.
Oh, Dragonite ick. Lag City. Why is it so bad? I feel like I need to turn my mobile data. What just happened there? Holy shit.
Did he chunk you?
Like he got something like probably 5 counters off on a Machamp before I even saw the Machamp.
Oh, whoa. Yo, there's a Machamp out.
Yeah, that's gross.
It's okay, because I think you can still win this. Because I think you can confusion. Well, that's... No, that looked like a cross chop.
Well, how
Oh.
do we know what it looks like when he farmed up unbelievable amounts that we couldn't?
That is
check?
fair.
Oh, come
no.
on.
Oh,
Oh,
no. Seed? Do we plant the seed? Shoot.
Man, this was terrible lag.
That was bad. Well, Aaron feels bad. A matchup that you know you're gonna win. We don't know what he has in the back, even. Can't even record it for the data. No. Give us the data.
Need more data. Need more
We
input.
need data. Please no shield. Are you just gonna farm down?
I
You
don't.
You
I
weren't
don't-
fighting for the data.
I mean, I guess that there was the off chance that he decides not to shield, but
Yeah.
sorry, data. I apologize.
Didn't
My
fight
bad.
for the data. So sad. It's okay, it's only 3-2.
Dump your seed into the drink. All right, let's turn off my
Plant the
mobile
seed.
data just in case that's the issue.
Okay. Gyarados. Nice. No, this is good. You just got a shield.
What is going on?
Uh-oh. Just keep tapping. Don't tap the... Don't tap the charge move.
I wasn't tapping the charge move when it was lagging.
Yeah, I never like to do that. Yeah, you just always shield, even if it's an Aqua Tail, because like they're more than likely gonna throw the crunch because they feel like you're not gonna shield. I don't know. And maybe you could even confuse it out.
From there?
Probably not.
There's no way.
I'm optimistic. You gotta
You're
remember who you're
optimistic.
talking to. Maybe you can.
I mean, from here, I think I can.
Yeah,
It's so close.
I think you got it. You both faint. Nope, you get a C-bomb. C-bomb, you're at a C-bomb. Just reminding you.
Oh man, did I have the freaking psychic? I
No.
did. No.
You didn't. You didn't. You had to throw this.
I think
'Cause he farms you down
I think
after
that
this.
the confusion would have done more damage. As sad as that is.
Yeah, possibly. Oh, throw the close combat, close combat,
Close.
close combat, close combat right now, close combat right now. My gosh. No.
I don't want to take that buffed pup damage from after I'm close combating. That's what it was, you know? Calculated.
I guess you're getting energy for the Venusaur. It's very smart.
The Mystic Opti Instinct. If I don't catch a fighter, I should bail mid-battle because my backline is so weak too. Oh, did I just punt this?
What did you do? What did you do? Oh no. Get there, just tap it.
Mm.
Why did you not? Is there like a tie? Can I?
I know. I wish that they give us some credit somewhere, but not in the.
I guess it's just close win or close
Oh,
loss.
that's right.
or-
Close loss. You could put like JL for jiggly loss, like finding loose
Yeah, I can do that.
conditions.
JL. There we go. I mean, it doesn't hurt as much getting that. Rather than a negative game.
But I'll switch out to something not. Yeah, I feel you. I hate taking my time to do the psychic thing. God, I just can't bring myself to do it. That was gross, Jiggly.
Are you committed? It's okay.
I think I have to be.
You're committed. Whoa. I thought you were committed. This doesn't look like commitment.
I'm committed to saving that energy for later.
Okay. Hopefully he doesn't have like a Charizard or something. Oh, what the heck? What are you doing, sir?
Me or my opponent?
The opponent. I mean, your Berserker's gonna die, but yeah, that Shadow Claw doesn't matter. I guess you just see what he had that was weak to Berserker in the back. After this, and you just bring in your little penguin. Penguin.
Oh,
Penguin.
Crap.
Penguin.
I thought I was just gonna. After his close combat, I thought I'd be able to.
Why would you? The penguin. You gotta bring in the penguin now.
He can't help himself, folks. He just can't.
Oh, I even said the penguin, but I guess
I know
you're not listening to me. There's no point. Brave bird, here it comes. Hopefully the waterfall kills. Oh, just kidding. He has 2.
Ugh, gross.
Ah, the penguin.
Oh, Penguino.
No.
That
Said
was
penguin.
I know you said penguin. You know I don't listen.
You don't listen to me at all.
No, I can take off the headphones. Oh, look at that. We're back below 2,000. We're so good.
Hunch crow. L.
Make him stop coaching Catter. You can do it. Chastise him. Basta piante.
What is silent scientist? It's not worth mentioning.
Oh,
No.
this is gross.
I think you're fine. No,
What?
you're not. You should
How
probably
am I
switch.
fine? You're crazy.
I guess you shield, and then you switch, and then I stop talking.
There's nothing good about that.
Hopefully, yeah. No, I'm like, I was doing decent yesterday. PvP Academia. I don't know who runs the account, but Academia. I just said Academia, or what did I say?
I don't know.
I don't know how I said it, but it probably wasn't English. Dang. Okay. Did I say Academia? I think I might have. Nice scientist.
Ask scientists where he finished last season, though.
No, don't.
Ask scientists where he finished last season.
No, never do that.
Because he
Why
finished
do you gonna?
front page.
Are you gonna? What? I guess. Yeah, I guess. Actually.
Oh, come on. Confusion. I hate you. I hate you.
Why did you? What?
I hate confusion. Scientist is a tryhard. Ugh. Gross. 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 Alright. Do I have any chance against what's in the back? At least his booth didn't matter. I'm the champ. Oh, that's up GG. Oh, come on. Did he disappear? Did Scientisty disappear? Where'd he go? I think he's on a break. Oh, you're not going to like to hear this, Scientisty, if you're still there. I forgot to take my pill. Tomorrow's going to be a bad day. Bad day. Venu. All right, we like Venus. Where is Scientisty? Where is Scientisty? He's upset we're talking. Yeah. He's a very modest. He's a modest Ethan. I know this is a Zard and I should be psychicking. And I should be bailing. And I will be bailing. But we got a shield out of him on a seed bomb. Hype in the chat. And we got some lag. Why? Is lag bad everywhere, or am I just experiencing a lot tonight? Where is Ethan? Where's Scientisty? Oh. Took it like a main. Take it like a main. Come on. Well, welcome in. Oh, what? No way. Did you undercharge that like a boss? Holy cow. I have to insta-fire, but okay, good. Welcome in, Amanda. We'll definitely have to check out more on the YouTubes at some point. I am not a big YouTube consumer anymore. Spend so much time over here on the Twitch lands. Maybe we can get you on sometime on Sunday.
Hello,
Hey, you're back.
I'm back. I can't document.
The last one was Venusaur Swampert, and I feel like Empoleon. I'm trying to think.
Okay, I guess I.
Oh no,
can document.
Venusaur Charizard Swampert. Sorry,
Was it a loss or a win?
it was a win. Ah, freaking Dragonite. Canturg missed you, of course.
Can't do
How could we not?
Yeah.
Did you get reined in by mom?
Huh?
Did you get reined in by mom? You sound a lot quieter.
Yeah, I did. She woke up. I don't know what happened. She woke up and she was like, I'm turning off the internet now. And I'm like, oh.
Is she gonna turn the internet off? I don't want to be the cause of your internet going away.
Yeah. So now I'm on my phone.
Oh, there we go. Oh, Ethan.
She can't stop me.
Oh, I mean, you'd be surprised, but... Oh, man, what do we do?
Venusaur.
I feel like we shield one just to
Wait, what was
preserve
the-
this
what did
thing.
you say that- What did you say the last match was?
Jeez. It was, that sucks. It was, I know it was Zard and Swampert, but I'm trying to think what the lead was. Venusaur, Zard, Swampert. Gengar. I feel like I just pray this is a Shadow Punch and fast move.
Yeah. Good call. You don't fast move it down though?
I mean, I do after I shield, I think.
Yeah, after that, but
And then I can...
then you have Dragonite, I guess.
I mean, it's not good, but I think I have 3 moves stored, so I can...
I think you want to go Dropek here.
Well, the first one I assume is getting shielded, so I just... I mean, they're equal energy, I think, so I guess it doesn't matter. I should have done that.
Yeah. And Psychic.
We get there.
Maybe he doesn't have it.
The Hurricane?
Yeah.
I didn't think he had the Hurricane. It's just...
Ta-da. Okay, what was the last game? It was a win or a loss?
Win.
Cool.
I was going to say, I think you missed while you were gone that I forgot to take my pill until now. So tomorrow's going to be terrible.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right?
It
Only
is 4:44.
Right. I'm going to be wrecked. I'm going to be
Very-
completely wrecked. Right? I know.
Yikes. Yikes.
Sleep in late. Yeah, it just depends on what my boss has to say about that.
Uh-oh.
Obama snow.
Oh, here it is.
Here it
Here's
is.
the real
This is the test.
Yep.
Togekiss. So
This
we
isn't
pray for Aerial Ace or Ancient Power to come out first.
I'm guessing it's Aerial Ace. And Flamethrower.
Oh, they block the foul play. That's impressive. Does that mean they're
'Cause
gonna
he-
flamethrower me?
Possibly. Yeah.
Ah, no.
It hurts either way. I think you still need to shield the aerial ace. Because you either take the shield here or you take switch. Which is good. Because you can start getting energy on Empoleon if he shields. Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna totally blast burn you here. Nope. Saving it.
Can I tank an energy ball? Can I tank an energy ball? Or
Good call.
doesn't-
Yeah. Good call. I was gonna say no shield anyways.
Still,
Probably double bait?
Mm.
Yeah. Double bait. Probably triple bait? He doesn't have a move?
Yup, he has it. Oh.
Okay. That's bad.
Yeah, that's brutal.
You really needed to shield. But then you would have been blast burned either way.
Right.
And now you just shield and then switch.
Do you
Or
hear
you-
him? Do you hear him, guys? Do you hear him?
Well, yeah, you gotta.
I don't know that I had like some magical.
Yeah,
route.
that was the magic. The magic was switching.
I don't think it is, because look at this. This doesn't like.
No, but you would have tanked the blast burn.
Right, but the.
But the what?
I don't think that the confusions were gonna stack
Yes.
up enough
Yeah.
to do what I needed it
Yep.
to do. Are you trying to tell me that scientist was right, Amanda? The big thing is that I'm incapable of taking scientist input live.
Yeah.
Ah,
He doesn't
here we
like
go
listening to
again.
me. Chat. Look at that best buddy ribbon.
Oh jeez.
Oh shoot! You didn't need to switch. You wouldn't have known.
I wouldn't have known. Oh, because
Nope.
of its fast move.
Yeah, I guess you just stay in. But yeah, you wouldn't have known right off the bat. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you were way. I was reading way behind you. I was pretty sure I could tank the energy ball at that point, but then once they were getting so fiddly with those damn weather balls, I got cocky.
Lots of custom movesets for this one.
Listen to that clicky keyboard satisfaction, folks.
The clicky keyboard. Lots of custom.
Ah, sadly, I need this thing for the Charizard, so, like, if I can't...
I don't know if that was. I don't know. Do you make it? Do you make it?
No.
You need what thing for the Charizard?
The thing that's not gonna live.
You can bring in your eggs. Your eggs can. That's not eggs.
I know.
Your eggs.
Why do you love the eggs so much?
I guess the eggs would have been weird, or like awkward here, but he definitely has blast burn.
I'm calling it overheat.
It's definitely a blast burn.
So it is. Touche.
Then you just stomp your feet at him. And then you stomp your feet at the Sceptile. You're like, no, you're not getting an aerial ace.
Do you listen to him trying to like subtly pretend he's not coaching by calling it stomping?
No, you're not getting that aerial ace. Dang it, you got the aerial. Dang.
Oh, he's so hard.
Now we don't get to. Oh, okay.
What did you think he was doing?
Psychic in the back. Let's go. Oh no!
Oh no! The turbo bad throw and the missing bubbles. I'm double punting. Oh, Jiggly, you punt master. Oh, we got it anyway.
We were just baiting.
Calculated. They were running hydro pump.
Oh my god.
They were running water gun hydro pump Swampert.
They were running. Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Okay. I think I probably. How many do I have any left?
I think you have one more.
Oh. It's like the point. The thing at this point now is that I'm not gonna fall asleep, so I guess I should just do these.
Oh dear.
I know it's terrible.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
No,
But if you don't fall asleep, you can't get XP on the XP raised. The XP raised. It's just a joke now,
sorry.
I guess.
Oops, now I've got my own stream up. I was trying to
Oh, Growlithe
figure out
XL.
who to raid. Did I? Oh, I got one. Look at that. All right, give me another one on the transfer.
Oh.
Oh, look at that rank.
2001. Let's go.
Look at that. It's so gross.
You know, if they just adjusted rank 10 to like scale it down by 1,000, you'd be rank 10.
Isn't he the best, guys?
Yeah.
Jiggly 2K.
Okay. Let's see what Survivor has. Yeah, I can't log any of these. I'm just putting it in a notepad right now. And then I'm going to log all
Oh
of them.
boy, this is a weird match.
I think you're fine. He just quits.
Oh, that's hilarious. You get the grass versus fighting lead, and it's still an insta quit because of such a weird matchup.
The only thing, he's making the set faster, so that's awesome.
That's true.
The only thing we know from that is that it's a counter Blaziken.
Right.
That's it.
Exactly.
So I guess, yeah, that's it. Torterra. Razor Leaf. He's running Grass Hole. Just kidding. Actually, I guess it's kind of Grass Hole. I guess you just go into the mirror because he's not going to shield. Yeah.
I don't think I want to go in the mirror though, do I? I mean, he's gonna drill peck, but I want to keep the.
What?
I want to keep the.
You're waiting too long. You're thinking.
No, but I don't think I want to do that thing. I don't think I want to go in the mirror. Like, I think I just want to make sure I don't let him line up the.
The Torterra with the
right.
Empoleon?
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna happen though.
Why though?
Because you're gonna double shield here, and then he's gonna get you. He's gonna get you. You gotta farm down. He's gonna get you though. He's gonna get you with his Torterra. I guess you get a shield.
And I did the wrong thing.
We're really good at that.
I'm incapable of doing the whole.
That does more damage actually. That's the right move.
Wow.
Surprising as it is, because they're both neutral. So whatever one does the most, that's the one you want. So I guess it was a good move because you didn't get your Torterra lined up with, or the Torterra lined up with the.
Exactly. Calculated. Damn it.
It was calculated. What was the middle matchup?
The middle matchup?
Yeah, what was the middle matchup? What did you just kill?
Jeez. You should know better than to rely on me. It was Torterra,
sorry.
Empoleon.
Oh, Empoleon. Thank you.
So I'm gonna get Sand Tuned, which will hurt a little.
Sandtomb is gonna hurt, and then the Razor Leafs will hurt more.
Stone
And then
Edge.
the Stone Edge is
What?
resisted,
What
and then
kind of monster
farm down is
this?
imminent.
It's a monster. Oh.
Wow. And you're close combating for the memes.
That's right.
That's the way to go. Man, I've taught you
Oh,
well.
it was Gyarados. Gyarados. Jeez.
Yeah.
You've taught me.
Always go for the not necessary charge move when they're at 1 HP. Yes, that is called asserting your dominance.
You know who I am.
Exactly.
Fucking Jiggly Dad, yo.
Exactly.
Oh man, now
That's
I'm
right.
regretting my no hat.
That's an
decision.
Ampharos lead. That's an Ampharos lead. I just checked the top right.
Oh wow. Good call.
That is an Ampharos lead, and I guess this is really good because you resist both of the moves. Except Dragon Pulse, but I don't know if he has it. We're gonna find out. Okay.
Oh yeah, the drag. We have seen a fair amount of the Dragon Pulse. Not gonna lie.
Wow, what? Wow.
Psycho.
What if he goes? What? Are you throwing a move? Do you care to throw?
I'm
You're thinking?
I'm expecting he's not gonna shield, so I'm.
You could throw something.
I know. I'm throwing. Just because I'm
You're throwing
talking
the
doesn't
game.
mean that. Jeez.
You're throwing the game. Oh. Dang. Maybe. Yeah, I guess.
You're such a pessimist.
Get the extra. Yes. Now you win for sure. Because of the foul play in the back.
Sneaky.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
Who's the move?
dear. Oh dear lord. Is this
Left
oh,
side.
is this Oko?
No.
Does it?
Left side.
Oh,
Left side.
fam.
Left side.
Oh, fam. So
Fam.
now I have to worry about. I mean, sort of.
Now you have to worry about getting farmed down. And then you just wait.
Mm.
Wait.
He thinks if he speaks more slowly, it's not coaching.
Wait.
I love it.
It's like the crosswalks. Wait.
This is not brilliant.
That probably KOs, to be honest. Nope. Okay. This. Okay. 2. Okay. Yeah, that was smart.
Maybe
because
you know, this is what we need from folks to manage to get me more emote slots. Is we need like some dedicated scientist emote slots, like you pulling your hair out saying "wait" or top right or
top right
stompy thing, or I don't know.
Stompy thing is a good one. This is gonna be 5-0 right here. A 5-0 at 5 o'clock. 5-0. 5-0.
Thank you for the follow, Dimitri.
Let's go.
It's funny that I've got Go Battle Log up on the side and I've not really been using it, but it makes a good backdrop, right?
Wait, who just followed?
Dimitri, I don't know if that's supposed to be boners or BNRS.
Oh,
I was
never mind.
trying not to say it, but you know, this is how it goes, you know.
I thought you said Jacob. I don't know why. And then you're going against Jacob. So that's why I asked. What does he switch to? That's the question. I guess he just... Oh, okay. Water gun Lapras.
Do you enjoy? I think you enjoy getting to make the extra clackety sounds by entering
I
custom data. You're just like, yes, I will not
More
have
clacks.
you.
Yes. It's like I'm on a typewriter. You can hear it. Hear the typewriter. Water gun Lapras.
Are we gonna get like skull bashed, or we're gonna get ice beamed here? Let's see.
Well, if you do, there's more clicking. Okay. It's probably Surf Skull Bash, which is what I put in. Oh my gosh. I guess not. I guess it's not worth it. Because it's water gun. Good choice.
I love watching the
Solid
water
choice.
gun getting thrown at the freaking Executor. This feels like a Dragon Claw, but I'm
No,
not gonna
no,
be crazy.
no.
What?
No.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
No.
Why
No.
do you see? You want me to make fast decisions, but then when I do, you don't like them.
No. It's a pincer in the
Oh.
bag. No, you're psychicking a pincer.
I
for Leaf
know.
Blade.
Well, I mean, what good would a
Mercy, Bob.
leaf blade have done?
Or Seed Bob, I don't know. He's gonna get close combated. Oh god.
This is an X scissor, bro. This is totally. It's a vice grip. No.
That's a vice grip. I guess it's gonna be a 5-no.
Oh, for sure. Oh man. Deleted.
Oh,
Pincer
gee.
meta confirmed. Damn. Man, my phone is like feeling slow now.
My god.
It's like it saw that pincer and it was just like, what? Return pincer meta. Was it a purified pincer? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it was.
I'm like I love running purified shit that doesn't need to be purified. With
Yeah.
Return. Executor Tangrowth. Let's go. Let's go. Kit.
That's a rock slide. 100%. 100%. Yeah. I know my counts. Let's go. I guess it's worse for you though. You can just keep going rock slide. You could power whip it or whatever grass move you have, seed bomb, whatever. You're gonna switch, I guess. Okay.
You know me. I like to switch.
Interesting.
And yes, I'm foul playing a dark mode.
I like that. No, I like that. But I don't like it right now. But I did like it when you were doing it. But now I think it's bad. Because now
It's great. It's fantastic.
you wanted to go for the other one.
What's the other one? I don't know what it is.
He's
The
not
red
gonna show.
one? Why would I go for the red one?
The red one because he threw, so he thinks this thing is useless now. But now he's like, oh, okay, I value this now because he just baited me. What a silly guy.
You know what, Shagnus? Yeah, I'm still alive, but
What a silly guy.
because I forgot
He's
to take
been-
my pill to sleep.
Oh, Shagnus in chat.
Shagnus hype in chat.
Shagnus in chat. I can't shout out because I don't have internet. Don't you, please.
listen to you hear him? Do you hear him, Shagness? Damn it.
Please. I'm just Shagness. I'm just making sure, you know, gotta keep the fam in check, you know. Okay.
Did the shout out even work? I don't even know. Oh, I'm
think
probably
it
I don't
does.
but I don't think I
Oh, you do. I guess you just.
I don't think
shield
I
and
have
switch.
this I don't think
Shield
I
and
have
switch. Shield and switch. God. Shield and switch. Because you're gonna meet the back anyways. That
what
would've
kind of
been
stream
such-
do you what kind of stream do you think this is? Meat in the back. That's gross.
Never. Ever. Would you sidekicking it? Does he not have shields? He doesn't. He does. Why did you? What?
I'm a sick puppy. Don't let him tell me what to do, Shagness.
Did you shield? Have you shielded? No, you haven't. Okay, good.
Of course not. What kind of monster do you think I am?
So you got a 4-1. It's pretty good.
Yeah. It's not official yet.
It's not a 5-0.
Could get a third shield.
I mean, it's definitely official now. You hit a great. Anything above anything.
anything
it
above
confirms it.
anything.
Anything really, because he had 1 HP.
Thank you, my PvP Academia / Amanda. It's a lot easier to say that. All right, give me a. Okay, Snowrun. I see. I had
XL.
shelter
Do you have a
in my
hun-
yard.
Oh, do you have a hundo male?
A hundo male Snowrun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Because I know people are hunting. Oh, Andy especially, but people in my local community are hunting for his snow run XLs just for that reason. For the
Good
mega.
night, Captor. Yeah, I will be going
Bye,
to
Captor.
sleep as well. That's a famale, and it is
Famali.
yeah.
Yeah. Famali tamale. Bye bye.
Man,
XL.
slow phone.
Dang. I'm gonna guess 2020. 45? Whoa.
Look at that. Amazing. Look at that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That's
Oh,
right, 'cause it's
we got a
4-1.
Trubbish and a Shelder hanging out here.
Oh, wow.
Dust. You do. Oh, you have a hundo. Why am I not burying a freaking Trubbish? Seriously.
Why are you not getting excellence?
I know. These are the questions.
I really like the Pokemon are the real MVP right now. Because when I don't get an excellent, they'll jump out of the ball and make sure I get an excellent.
Aw, that's so nice.
It's really nice.
You know I can't keep up with you and your XPs.
You know, I don't know what to say.
He tries to be modest, but when push comes to shove, scientist knows he's OP. He just knows it.
At the excellence only excellence. Every other facet of the game, I fall short. But excellent throws, pretty decent.
And being front page on GBL leaderboards.
Stop.
Look at that, excellent on that.
Look at that
steal.
beautiful, excellent throw. I swear, if it doesn't catch it, I'm gonna be upset. Okay.
All right. Is there anybody live that I should rate other than Rob? I saw Rob
let
was
me-
on. I don't think
check it
Taco
out.
is playing Pogo.
We got MDK. We got Dr. Trotter
Oh,
Ooh.
Dr. Trotter. There we go.
is doing his ELO reveal.
Elo reveal hype, and he'll be like, Jiggly, if you want to stay up, you can come on, and I'll be like, oh my lord, I need to go to sleep. All right, everybody, say hello to Dr. Trotter. Give him some love. Enjoy our Aussie Sylph aficionado, friend of the stream. Good night, everybody. Good night, scientist.
Good night. Good night.